Chapter 42-57. Ning Qi felt the increase in strength and true Qi of the 11th level of the Qi condensation manual. The increase was the same as before, and the consumption of spiritual energy was still 10 points. His strength had quadrupled, and his cultivation had far surpassed that of the head of the Ning family. However, he had only consumed 70 points of spiritual energy. The attribute panel showed that he still had 1,430 points of spiritual energy to use. This is a bit monstrous. But the Qi condensation manual is only the most basic martial arts technique. If I learn a technique from the immortal sect, maybe the amount of spiritual energy needed to increase by 1 level will be doubled. Ning Qi thought to himself. However, he couldn't verify this for the time being. Apart from the Qi condensation manual, he couldn't find any other techniques in his current situation. Saving up spiritual energy to wait for other techniques? Impossible. Ning Qi wouldn't miss this opportunity to improve his strength. He continued to add points. 12th level, 13th level, 14th level, 15th level, 16th level, 17th level, 18th level, 19th level, 20th level. The Qi condensation manual was instantly upgraded to the 20th level, and it consumed 90 points of spiritual energy. Plus the previous 70 points, it consumed a total of 160 points. However, when Ning Qi upgraded it to the 20th level, he found that the plus sign behind the attribute panel had disappeared. The highest level was the 20th level. That was the upper limit of the Qi condensation manual. In addition, Ning Qi also felt that the true Qi in his body had become extremely turbulent. His body also felt a little swollen because of the sudden increase in physical strength. Not only that, he vaguely felt that his physical defense had undergone a qualitative change because of the upgrade of the Qi condensation manual to the 20th level. His body was still the same as before, and his skin was white and tender. However, the muscle fibers inside had been transformed by the true Qi. It was as if he had put on a layer of armor under his skin. The first realm of martial arts in the world of the living is the physical body realm, but the limit of the physical body realm is only the 10th level. Because of the technique, I can't break through to the next realm. So, am I now a martial artist of the 20th level of the physical body realm? Ning Qi thought to himself. 1 layer could increase one's strength by 1,000 jin. His small body contained a strength of 20,000 jin. In Yanqing City, he should be regarded as the number 1 expert. He had 1,340 points of spiritual energy left, and could no longer add points to the Qi condensation manual. The next step was to find technique. Whether it was martial arts techniques or immortal sect techniques, they were all Ning Qi's goals. Brother Ning Xian, what are you thinking about? Huang Xian sucked her fingers while tilting her head to look at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi had been in a daze for a long time, she was a little curious. What do you want to eat tonight? Ning Qi returned to his senses and smiled at her. At this moment, a servant ran in. Seeing the two of them, he hurriedly said, "Young Master Ning Xian, little miss, Master asked me to call you to the front hall." "I won't go. I'll go back to Ning Mansion." Ning Qi laughed. Hearing this, the servant revealed a troubled expression. "Young Master Ning Xian, this is not appropriate. If you leave like this, the Master will definitely blame me." "Fine, I'll go and inform Master Huang." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The servant heaved a sigh of relief, and brought the two of them to the front hall of the Huang residence. When they arrived, there was a burst of hearty laughter coming from inside. Sitting in the front hall were the master of the Huang family, a woman in her 20s dressed like a Jianghu martial artist, and a young man in his late 20s. The young man had a saber at his waist, and his eyes were shining. His martial arts cultivation seemed to be no weaker than that of the master of the Huang family. He was at least in the 7th tier of the physical body realm. "Xian, you came at the right time. Do you still recognize your aunt?" The master of the Huang family waved at Huang Xian. Hearing this, the woman's gaze fell on Huang Xian. She immediately smiled and said, "Last time when you left, you didn't even know how to walk. Now that you're back, you've grown so big. Come here and let Aunt take a good look at you." And Huang Xian walked in front of the woman and said timidly. The young man looked at Ning Qi with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Uncle Huang, is this the person with the spiritual root you mentioned before? The famous child prodigy?" That's him. Nephew Shangguan, you don't know this. 5 years ago, Yanqing City gave birth to so many children in one night, but only 3 people with spiritual roots appeared. They were all in the Ning family, and Ning Xian was one of them. The master of the Huang family said with a smile. Then, he waved at Ning Qi and said, "Ning Xian, come here too. Master Huang, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I suddenly remembered that I still have some homework that the teacher assigned me to do, so I can't stay outside for too long." Ning Qi cupped his fists and smiled. "You're leaving now? I'll order someone to send you back." The master of the Huang family was slightly stunned, but then he nodded with a smile. "Uncle Huang, he speaks like a little adult, which is quite appropriate. But why can't people with spiritual roots enter the immortal sect like the other 2 people? Are there strong and weak spiritual roots?" The young man looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. "My spiritual root is too heterogeneous. The immortals won't accept me." Ning Qi smiled at him. Heterogeneous spiritual root? The young man pondered. At this time, Huang Xianer, who had just returned from the experience, suddenly said to the master of the Huang family, "Father, do you still have that round black stone? Senior brother Shangguan came back with me this time because he wants to take it back to the sect for master to see. It may have another origin." I gave it to Ning Xian. The master of the Huang family was stunned for a moment. "You gave it to him?" Huang Xianer looked at Ning Qi and frowned slightly. Then she got up and said with a smile, "Give me the black stone, and I'll give you a tael of silver. How about it?" Ning Qi originally heard that the other party came to ask for the sword pellet, which originally belonged to the master of the Huang family. He planned to return it directly, but he didn't expect the other party to ask for such a sky-high price. A tael of silver? The master of the Huang family secretly cursed in his heart. "Sure enough," Ning Qi smiled, "the thing given by Master Huang is very precious. I plan to take it back and keep it well." Huang Xianer's expression changed slightly, and then she said, 100 taels. She could see that Ning Qi was indeed different from ordinary 5-year-old children. "Not for sale." Ning Qi smiled and said to the master of the Huang family, "Master Huang, I'm going back." "Okay, I'll order someone to send you back first." The master of the Huang family nodded. He didn't particularly care about Huang Xianer's master. After all, this was Yanqing City, and the Ning Mansion was what he valued more. If he wanted to sit on the same chariot as the Ning Mansion, Ning Xian in front of him was the key figure. Seeing that Huang Xianer was about to speak again, the master of the Huang family immediately stopped her. After Ning Qi left, Huang Xianer said angrily, "Father, how can you give this thing to a child so casually? Is that thing very important?" The master of the Huang family smiled faintly and glanced at the young man. "Master suspects that it's something, but we can only know after confirming it." Huang Xianer frowned. "Since I've already given it to someone, it belongs to Ning Xian. If you want it, buy it from him yourself. But I'll say the ugly words first. Don't treat him like a child like before. Be sincere and don't hurt him. There are 2 young masters in the Ning Mansion who have entered the immortal sect. Our Huang family and your master can't afford to provoke them." The master of the Huang family said with a smile. Chapter 4258. Huang Xianer and the young man's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. "Father, it doesn't matter even if 2 people from the Ning family join the immortal sections," Huang Xianer said slowly after a few breaths of silence. The Huang family's patriarch frowned. Where does your confidence come from? No matter how strong your master is, he is just an ordinary warrior. How can he compare to the immortal sect? Uncle Huang, you might not know this, but this time, our Seven Swords sect has a patriarch who has returned. This patriarch is a member of the legendary immortal sect. The young man suddenly said. Oh! Patriarch Huang's expression changed slightly. Is this true? Of course. Huang Xian'er said. Yes, that patriarch said that there is a Dharma treasure in the immortal sect called the Sword Pill. It could transform into a flying sword and behead people from 1,000 miles away. Its divine ability was extraordinary. After I heard that, I felt that the stone in your collection was most likely a sword pellet. Didn't you say that after you saved a swordsman, you were rewarded by him? Logically speaking, he wouldn't use an ordinary and worthless item to repay the favor of saving his life, would he? If that's the case, then wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? The head of the Huang family was dumbfounded. After several breaths of silence, he sighed. But I always keep my word. Since I gave it to that boy Ningxian, then it is his. It's fine if you can really buy it, but if he doesn't want to sell, I won't allow you to take it by force. Huang Xian'er frowned and then nodded. She regretted not coming back earlier. If that was the case, there would be no need to complicate matters like today. On the way back to the Ning mansion, Ning Qi was in deep thought. The 20th level of the Qi condensation incantation had been fully raised, but he still had 1,340 points of spiritual energy left. The most important thing now was how to obtain the cultivation technique. Young Master Ningxian, Miss Huang has come to visit and asked to see you. Young Master Shuran asked me to call you over. Not long after returning to the courtyard, a servant ran in and saw Ning Qi standing in the courtyard basking in the sun, seemingly deep in thought. Miss Huang? Ning's mother came over with some doubts. Why does Miss Huang want to see Xian? Mother Ning looked at the servant and asked with a frown. I don't know either. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the servant's face. They even chased us all the way to the Ning family. It looks like they are very confident that this is a sword sphere. Ning Qi took out the black orb and glanced at it. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He had already absorbed all the spiritual qi inside. Even if it really was a sword orb, it had long been useless. Perhaps he could use it to exchange for a set of cultivation method. Mother, I just saw her at the Huang Manor. I think she has something to discuss with me. I'll go take a look. Ning Qi laughed. Ning Mu slightly nodded. Then you go and come back quickly. Tonight I will stew you pig trotters. In the Ning family's reception hall. As the young master of the Ning family, Ning Shuran was usually responsible for receiving guests who were not particularly important. At this moment, he was chatting happily with Huang Xian'er and Shangguan Nong in the reception hall. Most of the things they talked about were related to the Jianghu, such as where experts were fighting or where a demonic Dao cultivator was wreaking havoc. Eldest young master, I've brought young master Xian. The servant led Ning Qi into the reception hall. After bowing respectfully, he turned around and left. As soon as Huang Xian'er saw Ning Qi, she stood up and smiled. Ning Xian, I haven't been in Yanqing City for many years, so I haven't heard of your name before. Please forgive me for offending you. Ning Shuren's eyes flashed with curiosity. Offending him before? Did Ning Xian have a dispute with them when he was at the Huang Manor? It's okay. Ning Qi smiled lightly. Shangguan Nong smiled. Ning Xian, Xian'er and I are very sincere. We hope to buy the black orb that Uncle Huang gave you. Black orb? Ning Shuran was slightly startled and immediately said, Wait, what do you want to buy from Ning Xian? It's like this. Huang Xian'er explained the cause and effect of the matter. Ning Shuran was stunned for a moment and looked at Ning Xian with a strange expression. He secretly thought that the miser must have some ulterior motives for giving Ning Qi something. But there was one thing that made him quite suspicious. Why did the other party chase him all the way here to buy that thing? Could it be that the thing given by the Huang family head was extremely valuable? Thinking of this, Ning Shuran calmly looked at Ning Qi and gave him a look. I can give it to you, but let's get straight to the point. I have heard about the immortal sect. This thing is very likely to be the legendary sword pellet. Ning Qi took out the black orb and smiled. If you really want it, you can exchange it with a martial arts technique. Sword pellet? What's that? Ning Shuran was slightly startled. His eyes fell on the black orb in Ning Qi's hand, and his expression was a little strange. Isn't this just an ordinary stone? How do you know it's a sword? Huang Xian'er looked shocked, but before she could finish her words, Shangguan Nong stopped her with a stern look. Ning Xian, we don't know what you are talking about, but this thing is indeed helpful for martial arts. Name your price. Cultivation techniques are impossible. Martial arts techniques are inheritances that are not easily passed down to outsiders. Shangguan Nong said in a low voice. Then there's nothing to talk about. You are not sincere enough. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. Shangguan Nong's eyes flashed, and he instantly rushed towards Ning Qi. His target was the sword pellet in Ning Qi's hand. Ning Shuran didn't expect Shangguan Nong to attack directly, and he didn't expect Shangguan Nong to have such powerful qi and blood. He was obviously an expert at the LV8 physical body realm, and he was only at the LV5 physical body realm. There was a gap of 3 levels between them, and he couldn't stop Shangguan Nong in time. As long as I get the sword pellet, even if someone from the Ning family joins the immortal sect, they can't do anything to me. These thoughts flashed in Shangguan Nong's mind. At this moment, there was only the sword pellet in his eyes. You want to snatch it because you can't come to an agreement? Ning Qi turned around and slapped him. The power of the LV20 physical body realm exploded, and Shangguan Nong's body flew back at a faster speed. He smashed the screen in the hall and fell heavily to the ground. Ning Shuran and Huang Xian'er looked at him subconsciously, and saw that his arm had been broken and separated from his arm. Blood kept gushing out from his wound, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. This! Ning Shuran was dumbfounded. He twisted his stiff neck and looked at the indifferent Ning Qi. He suddenly gasped in his heart. How was this possible? An expert at the LV8 physical body realm was defeated by a 5-year-old child? Senior brother, are you okay? Huang Xian'er hurriedly ran to Shangguan Nong's side. While checking his injury, she looked at Ning Qi in horror. Chapter 4259. Huang Xian'er was really frightened. Although the Seven Swords sect was not one of the top sects in the underworld, it was still considered a first-rate sect. The sect master's martial arts cultivation was unfathomable, and he was a force to be reckoned with within the boundaries of the Seven Swords sect. Shangguan Nong was the eldest disciple of the sect master. He had been taught by the sect master since he was a child. Although he was less than 30 years old, he had already reached the 8th tier of the physical body realm. In the future, he would also have the opportunity to break through the shackles of the physical body realm and step into the next realm of martial arts. Geniuses of this level didn't have many opponents in the pugilistic world. Moreover, there were only 3 experts at the 7th tier of the physical body realm in Yanqing City. They were the Ning, Huang, and Lin family heads. Therefore, they were very relaxed when they came here. However, he did not expect that Shangguan Nong would be reduced to such a state by a single slap from a 5-year-old child. How could he possess such a terrifying martial arts cultivation at such a young age? Huang Xian'er couldn't believe it. Ning Shuran was even more shocked than her. He stared at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. Ning Xian, you. Eldest young master, old master asked second young master to teach me the qi condensation technique. Ning Qi smiled. But even if you're a martial artist, how could you? Ning Shuran was speechless. Shangguan Nong had just fainted for a short while, but now he finally woke up. When he found that his arm had been broken by Ning Qi, he couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. "Senior brother, I'll take you to see a doctor now." Huang Xian'er quickly helped him up, picked up the broken arm on the ground, and staggered outside. Ning Shiran did not stop them from leaving. He felt that the most important thing now was to determine what level Ning Qi's cultivation had reached. Not long after, the master of the Ning family and Ning Zishu arrived one after another. They looked at the blood on the ground and their faces darkened. "What happened?" Ning family's patriarch asked in a deep voice. "This matter." Ning Shoren glanced at Ning Qi and said with a strange expression, "It's like this." Just now, the story was finished. The master of the Ning family and Ning Zishu both stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. "You defeated an expert at the 8th tier of the physical body realm in one move?" Ning Zishu couldn't believe it. "I just taught you the Qi condensation manual." Ning Xian had already advanced to the 4th tier of the physical body realm. "However, I felt that it would not be good to spread this news, so I did not tell the two of you. Now, it seems that he is not only at the 4th tier of the physical body realm. His martial arts cultivation might be even stronger. However, he does not have any cultivation experience, so he does not know what level he has reached," the Ning family patriarch said slowly after a moment of silence. "What? Father, you already knew." Ning Zishu was slightly shocked, and then a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. No wonder his father suddenly wanted him to stop teaching Ning Qi martial arts. So this was the reason. "Ning Xian, come with me to the martial arts practice field. I want to confirm your martial arts realm today," the head of the Ning family said solemnly. Ning family's martial arts practice field. Apart from the Ning father and son trio and Ning Qi, the rest of the people were ordered to leave this place and were not allowed to approach. The huge martial arts practice field was cleared. Right now there was a huge cauldron in front of Ning Qi. This giant cauldron weighs 4,000 kilograms. If you are really at the 8th tier of the physical body realm, you will definitely be able to lift it, the Ning family patriarch said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded and went forward to grab one of the handles of the cauldron. He lifted the huge cauldron with one hand. He had the strength of 20,000 kilograms, so a huge cauldron weighing 4,000 kilograms was really nothing to him. Ning Shuran and Ning Zishu gasped in unison, then looked at the Ning family patriarch with a strange expression. This was because even their father could not lift this huge cauldron. This was enough to show that Ning Qi's cultivation was at least at the 8th tier of the physical body realm. The person that Huang Xian'er brought was at the 8th tier of the physical body realm. Ning Xian defeated him in one move, so his realm should be even higher. The Ning family patriarch's eyes flickered. "Go and bring a 2,000 kilogram cauldron over." "Father, you mean Ning Xian might already be at the 10th tier of the physical body realm? He has mastered our Ning family's Qi condensation technique to the perfected realm?" Ning Zishu was stunned. "Go and bring a 2,000 kilogram cauldron over and you will know," the Ning family patriarch said. "Yes." Ning Zishu ran to a corner of the martial arts practice field with a strange expression and picked up a 2,000 kilogram cauldron from there. "Xian'er, I want you to lift both of these cauldrons at the same time," the Ning family patriarch said to Ning Qi with a serious expression. Ning Qi nodded slightly, then casually lifted the 2,000 kilogram cauldron and threw it on top of the 4,000 kilogram cauldron. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Then, Ning Qi lifted both cauldrons at the same time in front of the three of them. He really is at the 10th tier of the physical body realm, the Ning family patriarch muttered to himself, then his eyes filled with ecstasy. Although Xian'er does not have the talent to cultivate, his talent in martial arts is superb. "Father, it turns out that people with spirit roots are also geniuses in martial arts." Ning Shuran sighed. You are wrong. Spiritual Master Ziyang said that Xian Er's spirit roots are heterogeneous and cannot cultivate. This means that Xian Er is definitely not the only one with heterogeneous spirit root. But have you ever heard of someone who can advance from an ordinary person to a 10th tier of the physical body realm expert in a day or two? Xian Er's talent in martial arts is definitely not brought about by the spirit roots, it is innate. The Ning family patriarch's tone was a little excited. Hearing this, the two of them suddenly looked a little strange. It is a pity that our Ning family does not have a more advanced martial arts skill. The Ning family patriarch's eyes showed a hint of contemplation, then he gritted his teeth and said to Ning Qi, Xian, I plan to send you to a sect to learn martial arts. There are more advanced martial arts skills there, are you willing to go? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. If that was the case, it seemed that the problem of the martial arts skill could be solved. Father, are you planning to use that opportunity? Ning Shuran and Ning Zisu suddenly froze, their faces suddenly showing a trace of seriousness. That's right. Although that favor is your grandfather's, we have given them a lot of pure gold over the years to maintain this favor. This time, Xian'er has such talent, it is worth it for us to use it. The Ning family patriarch nodded, his tone was a little serious. Master, the sect you are talking about is? Ning Qi asked. The Great Development Sect, a martial arts sect backed by the Immortal Sect, the founder of which is a disciple of the Immortal Sect. If you go there, not only will you be able to practice more advanced martial arts skills, you may even meet someone from the Immortal Sect. Maybe someone who thinks differently from Spiritual Master Ziyang is willing to accept you into the Immortal Sect. The Ning family patriarch said in a low voice. I will go. Ning Qi nodded decisively. If what the Ning family patriarch said was true, it would be helpful for him to obtain the Immortal Sect's skills. Chapter 4260. Ever since they decided to go to the Grand Development Gate, the Ning clan's master informed Mother Ning of this news. After Ning Mu learned, although the heart is happy, but also some reluctant. Seeing this, the head of the Ning clan told Ning Qi to wait for a month until Ning Nyo came back from outside. Then, the family of three could reunite and send Ning Qi to the Grand Development Gate. Meanwhile, the Huang family. The head of the Huang family looked at Shangguan Nong, who was lying on the bed, and frowned deeply. He had never imagined that Shangguan Nong, a martial arts expert of the 8th tier of the human body realm, would be defeated by Ning Qi in a single move. The doctor had said that Shangguan Nong would be able to get out of bed and walk on his own after resting for about half a month. However, it was impossible to reattach his arm. The Seven Swords sect behind Shangguan Nong was quite famous in the Jianghu. Although the Huang family would not be implicated because of this, it would inevitably cause some trouble in the future. Ning Xian has such a powerful martial arts cultivation at such a young age. No wonder the Ning family treats him like a treasure. Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong had joined the Immortal Sect and wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. In the future, they might not get involved in mortal affairs. From the looks of it, Ning Xian has become the future pillar of the Ning family in this mortal world. The Huang family's patriarch's mind spun rapidly. Ning Yanqing and his brother joining an immortal sect could bring about an invisible deterrence to the Ning family, but in the short term, they would not be able to provide any substantial help to the Ning family. Ning Xian was different. In his opinion, Ning Xian had such a terrifying martial arts cultivation at such a young age, and he would only become stronger in the future. It could also be of great help to the Ning family. Sighing softly in his heart, the Huang family's patriarch turned around and walked out of the room with a sullen face. Not far away, Huang Xian'er stood with her head lowered. When she saw the Huang family's patriarch walk out, she looked a little frightened. Father, senior brother lost an arm here. I'm afraid Master will be furious, Huang Xian'er said in a low voice. I've already warned you. Who knew that your senior brother would actually take the initiative to attack a 5-year-old child? The head of the Huang family snorted coldly. Huang Xian'er's expression changed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Who knew that a person with a spiritual root would have such a terrifying martial talent? I and senior brother never thought that his cultivation could reach the 10th level of the physical body realm. Are you sure it's the 10th tier of the physical body realm? The Huang family patriarch said after a few breaths of silence. If he wasn't at the 10th tier of the physical body realm, he wouldn't have been able to severely injure senior brother in one move. Huang Xian'er said, Alas, I've known for a long time that Ning Xian is talented and a well-known child prodigy, but I never expected his martial arts talent to be so terrifying. I really don't know why Reverend Ziyang didn't take him in as well. Could it be that the difference between cultivation and martial cultivation is really that big? The head of the Huang family sighed softly. Father, what should we do now? Huang Xian'er whispered. You said that your Seven Swords sect has a patriarch who cultivated immortal technique. If he knows about this, will he come directly to Yanqing City? The Huang family's patriarch said solemnly. Probably. Huang Xian'er nodded. Then write a letter saying that it's a misunderstanding, and mention the matter of the 2 Ning boys entering the Purple Pure Palace. If that ancestor still wants to come to Yanqing City at that time, I will go to the Ning family and get that thing back. I believe that it will be able to appease that ancestor's anger. The head of the Huang family said, Father, why are you helping the Ning mansion? Huang Xian'er was slightly startled. She could see that such a decision was clearly beneficial to the Ning mansion. It was equivalent to the Huang family wiping the Ning family's mess. I'm not helping them. Yanqing City is a tripod, and it can't be chaotic. If there is a mess, even our Huang family may be involved. The head of the Huang family said lightly, Just do as I tell you. If that ancestor is afraid of the Purple Pure Palace, then this matter will be even easier to solve. Your senior brother only lost an arm, not his life. Yes. Huang Xian'er hesitated for a few breaths and nodded slightly. Go write a letter. Someone is watching your senior brother. Don't be afraid. The head of the Huang family said. Huang Xian'er turned and left. After she left, a young man in his 30s walked slowly to the side of the Huang family. He was the only son of the Huang family's patriarch, Huang Zhen. Did you hear what I said to your sister just now? The head of the Huang family said lightly. Yes. Huang Zhen nodded slightly. After a pause he asked, Father, do you like Ning Xian? Ning Xian is a good child. I'm just afraid that he won't like us. Besides, do you think there's no reason for the Ning family to have 3 spiritual roots this time? I'm getting old, and I believe in fate more and more. The head of the Huang family said lightly. Then I'll go to the Ning family now, and tell them to be careful of the Seven Swords sect. Huang Zhen said in a low voice. Go. The head of the Huang family nodded. Half a month later, Shangguan Nong recovered from his injuries and left Yanqing City with Huang Xian'er. On that day, several burly men covered in wounds ran into the Ning family. In the front hall, the head of the Ning family watched the doctor treat the bruised men while listening to their narration. Ning Shuran and Ning Zishu were also present. After listening to the narration of the bruised men, their faces gradually became a little gloomy. 200 miles away from Yanqing City, there was a green summit town. The Ning family had a jade mine there. Although the mining was extremely difficult and costly, the annual income of the jade mine for the Ning family accounted for more than 50% of the total income of the Ning family. Ning Niu was the deacon of the jade mine, responsible for supervising the miners and handling some miscellaneous matters. Of course, Ning Niu was only following orders. The person in charge of the jade mine was the uncle of Ning Shuran and Ning Zishu. Now, the jade mine was in trouble. A few hundred miles away from Green Summit Town, there was a Tao Sha city. There was only one big family in the city, unlike Yanqing City, which was divided into 3 branches. This big family had the compound surname of Zhuoqiu. Its strength was much stronger than the 3 families in Yanqing City. It was said that the Zhuoqiu family had a martial arts expert who could release his genuine qi from his body. This expert was far stronger than the 10th tier of the physical body realm. He had already stepped into the 2nd realm of martial arts, embryonic breathing. The Ning clan would occasionally cooperate with the Zhuoqiu clan to sell some furs and silk. Everyone lived in harmony for many years, but no one expected that just a few days ago, the Zhuoqiu clan would suddenly launch a surprise attack on the Ning clan's jade mine, causing the Ning clan to suffer heavy losses. These bruised men were the only ones who managed to escape. The rest were now under the control of the Zhuoqiu family. Father, the Zhuoqiu family has always lived in harmony with us. Why did they attack our jade mine without saying a word? Ning Shuren's expression was solemn. The head of the Ning family was silent, as if he was also thinking about the reason. Master! Master! A bruised man's eyes flickered as he said hesitantly, Deacon Ning Nyo resisted too fiercely and was broken by the experts of the Zhuoqiu family. If he is not treated in time, I'm afraid that in the future. The head of the Ning family immediately stood up, his eyes extremely fierce. Chapter 4261. Did something happen to Ning Nyo? Ning Shuran and Ning Zishu looked at each other, thinking that things were getting serious. Don't tell Ning Xian and his mother about this. Let's send someone to save Ning Nyo first. We'll deal with the Zhuoqiu family about the jade mine later. The master of the Ning family said in a low voice. Master! Master! The eyes of the burly man who spoke earlier flickered, and a hint of guilt appeared on his face. We met Ning Xian when we entered the mansion, and he already knows about this. You guys really don't hold back your words. Send someone to bring Ning Xian here immediately. The master of the Ning family shouted angrily. If it were any other 5-year-old child, they would know. But Ning Qi was different. The master of the Ning family knew that Ning Qi's mind was very mature and could not be treated as an ordinary child. Moreover, Ning Qi was now a martial arts expert at the 10th tier of the physical body realm. If he knew about this, it would be dangerous for him to sneak to Green Summit Town. Even if one's martial arts cultivation was high, cultivation was only a part of the factor when it came to a real fight. The real factor was experience. The master of the Ning family was not optimistic about Ning Qi. Ning Zishu immediately left the front hall. Soon, he returned to the front hall alone with a serious face. Someone saw Ning Xian go out. Send someone to chase him back immediately. Don't let him go to Green Summit Town. The master of the Ning family made a prompt decision. I'll go after him. Ning Zishu nodded and turned to leave. Father, we have never had any misunderstandings with the Zhuoqiu family. Even if there are some conflicts in business, we have solved them. We won't let them suddenly attack our jade mine. Could this matter be related to the Seven Swords sect? Ning Shuran suddenly said. The master of the Ning family waved his hand to dismiss the rest of the people. Then he said with a serious face, since Ning Xian injured Shangguannong, a disciple of the Seven Swords sect, they have not taken any action. This time, maybe they are testing us. If we can't solve this matter, I'm afraid they will use all kinds of connections to force us to a dead end. Even if we send someone to the Purple Pure Palace, because the Seven Swords sect has not really taken action, I'm afraid that the Purple Pure Palace can't do anything to them. We have to rely on ourselves. Outside the city of Yanqing, Ning Qi ran much faster than a horse with just his legs. He was probably the only martial artist in the world who had reached the 20th level of the physical body realm. With the strength of 20,000 jin, he could travel more than 10 meters with every kick. Based on his previous experience, Ning Qi's figure was like a wisp of green smoke. The head of the Ning family was worried that he did not have enough experience in fighting and would fall at the hands of others when he went to Green Summit Town. Unfortunately, He didn't know that Ning Qi had absolute confidence in his experience. In his hands, it would not be a problem for him to multiply the force of 20,000 jin. Compared to Ning Qi's speed, Ning Zisu was much slower. Even if he spurred his horse at full speed, it would still take him at least 4 hours to reach Green Summit Town. As for Ning Qi, he could cover the distance of 200 miles in half an hour. He was at least 4 times faster than Ning Zishu. An hour later, Ning Qi finally arrived at Green Summit Town. The Ning family's jade mine was at the top of a mountain in Green Summit Town. He could see it at a glance as soon as he entered the town. TSK, who would have thought that the Zhuoqiu family of Tasha City would actually take down the Ning family's jade mine. Yeah, this time the Ning family was caught off guard and lost the jade mine before they could react. I heard that hundreds of miners were detained by the Zhuoqiu family. I think they will have to eat the Zhuoqiu family's rice bowl in the future. How strange. The Zhuoqiu family and the Ning family have never had any enmity. Why would they suddenly do this time? I heard that the biggest steward of the jade mine is the brother-in-law of the Ning family's head. He was immediately killed by the Zhuoqiu family's martial artist. There were many people chatting in Green Summit Town. As Ning Qi walked towards the top of the mountain, he heard a lot of gossip. The biggest steward of the jade mine was directly killed? Ning Qi's expression became somewhat strange. He had seen that steward 2 or 3 times in the past year or two. Due to his identity as the brother-in-law of the Ning family's head and the fact that he controlled the jade mine, his position in the Ning family was not low. Not long after, Ning Qi arrived at the foot of the mountain. In the distance, there were still many idlers standing and pointing in his direction. However, these idlers did not dare to approach because there was a group of people with stern expressions standing at the foot of the mountain. "Kid, don't go that way. Whose family are you from?" Someone saw Ning Qi walking towards the foot of the mountain and hurriedly went forward to stop him. Ning Qi smiled and planned to go around. In the end, that person refused to let Ning Qi near the foot of the mountain. "Kid, why don't you listen to me? Hurry up and go back. What are you doing here?" After saying that, he even reached out to grab Ning Qi. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "I am a disciple of the Ning family. Right now, my father is on the mountain and I don't know if he is dead or alive, so I want to go take a look." "Hey, why do you speak like an adult?" That person was stunned, but then he reacted, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "A disciple of the Ning family? Go right now." Old man, scram to the side. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the ears of the old man who was blocking Ning Qi. The old man was slightly startled, and hurriedly turned to look, only to see that the group of people at the foot of the mountain had already surrounded him. "Little old man, this has nothing to do with you," the other party shouted coldly. "Yes." The old man sighed inwardly and stood to the side. The Zhuoqiu family was a big family in Tasha City. How would he dare to go against them? He could only think that the kid in front of him was unlucky. However, he believed that the other party would not go too far with a 5-year-old child. Thinking of this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Did you just say that your father is on the mountain?" The person who spoke had a scar on his face and looked quite fierce. At this moment, he was looking at Ning Qi with a faint smile. "Yes." Ning Qi nodded slightly. "Your father is a miner?" The other party asked again. "My father, Ning Niu, I heard that he was injured. I wonder how he is now?" Ning Qi said with a smile. "Oh, so you are the son of that bad-tempered man. Ha ha ha, you came at the right time. Your father is indeed on the mountain. Come up with me." A hint of surprise flashed in the other party's eyes, and then he said with a smile, "Don't go." Many people of Green Summit Town secretly said, "What a pity." They were disappointed. Ning Qi obediently followed them up the mountain. The other party was so surprised to see him. It was possible that Ning Niu had offended some big shot, Otherwise the other party would not have such an expression. This also explained why the group of people who escaped back to the Ning family said that Ning Nyo's legs were broken. Hey, this kid has small arms and legs, but he can walk so fast, and he doesn't seem tired? When they reached halfway up the mountain, a few people who were slightly out of breath looked at Ning Chi in surprise. The scar-faced man pointed to a shed not far away and said with a smile, "Your father is there, let's go." Chapter 4262. Ning Chi saw many shirtless muscular men kneeling around the shed in the distance. They should be the miners of the jade mine. Behind them, there were many martial artists wielding long sabers. These miners didn't dare to move at all. They didn't even dare to lift their heads. Walking slowly to the shed, Ning Chi immediately saw Ning Nyo lying on the ground. His whole body was covered with small wounds. It seemed that someone had just tortured him. "Dirty ant, how dare you offend me?" In front of Ning Nyo stood a young girl who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She was beautiful, but her eyes were filled with hatred, making her look gloomy. Beside the young girl stood a few warriors with smiles on their faces. Their cultivation was higher than knife scars, and their chi and blood were at least in the 6th tier of the physical body realm. "First Miss, I think we should just kill him. This kind of ant is not worthy of First Miss's personal torture." A warrior smiled ingratiatingly. Ning Chi's eyes moved and saw a small saber in the girl's hand. This meant that Ning Nyo had been tortured by this girl to leave so many wounds on his body. "First Miss, if you still don't feel satisfied, this guy's son is here." Knife Scar walked behind Ning Chi with his subordinates and smiled ingratiatingly at the girl. Only then did the people in the shed realize that there was a short figure outside the shed. Their gazes all fell on Ning Chi. "This kid is this guy's son?" Everyone's expression became strange, and a faint smile appeared in their eyes. They did not expect a kid of this age to come to their door. Ning Nyo was originally in a coma, but he seemed to have heard something. He tried his best to open his eyes and raise his head. Very soon, he saw a familiar figure. Xian, hurry up and leave." Ning Nyo was energized. He grabbed the ground with both hands and crawled towards Ning Xian. Unfortunately, his ankle was stepped on by a warrior before he could crawl far. Ning Nyo could only look at Ning Xian emotionally as tears rolled down his eyes. "Father, sleep. You'll be fine after a sleep," Ning Chi said softly. "Sleep?" Everyone was startled and looked at Ning Chi strangely. They felt that there was something wrong with Ning Chi's tone. This doesn't sound like something a 4 or 5-year-old kid would say. He doesn't seem to be afraid at all? "Scar, did you catch him?" The woman narrowed her eyes and looked at Ning Chi. "Eldest Miss, I was waiting at the foot of the mountain, and this brat came to me on his own. If First Young Miss doesn't mind, I can torture him on behalf of First Young Miss to vent your anger," Scar said with a flattering smile. "My father? What did he do to offend you that you would torture him like this?" Ning Chi suddenly raised his head and looked at the woman. Your father just used his dirty hands to touch young Miss's clothes. This is the greatest blasphemy to the First Miss." Scar spared no effort in flattering the woman. The expressions of the few cultivators beside the woman changed a few times. They were very dissatisfied with him. "He only touched the corner of his clothes, and he injured my father like this?" Ning Chi was a little surprised. "Are you really not afraid at all?" The woman was suddenly curious about Ning Chi. "Scared? Just don't be afraid later." Ning Chi suddenly smiled extremely brightly. He turned around and jumped up. In front of everyone, he instantly slapped the heads of Scar's subordinates into their chests. One head per palm. "What's going on?" Everyone's eyes revealed a look of shock. Some of them even rubbed their eyes. When they realized that the scene in front of them was not an illusion, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. A few experts at the 4th tier of the physical body realm had actually been instantly killed by a little kid who did not even reach his waist? Ning Nyo, who had been holding on and not fainting, also revealed a look of shock when he saw this scene. Kill him! The woman reacted extremely quickly. She immediately shouted and quickly retreated a few steps. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger as she looked at Ning Chi. You're courting death. Scar immediately pulled out the long saber at his waist and directly slashed at Ning Chi. Unfortunately, when the long saber was about to fall on Ning Chi's head, it could no longer fall. Two delicate fingers gently clamped the blade of the saber. Impossible! Scar's face revealed a look of disbelief. He then shouted loudly and wanted to pull the long saber back. However, no matter how much strength he used, the long saber was still clamped by Ning Chi's fingers and could not move at all. He's at the 6th tier of the physical body realm. How can he not be a match for this kid? Is this kid a human or a ghost? The few martial artists around the woman revealed a look of horror. At this moment, they suddenly remembered Ning Chi's words. Don't be afraid. You dare to kill people so easily with such little strength? Ning Chi sighed softly and pulled his elbow. Scar immediately loosened his grip and the long saber fell into Ning Chi's hand. The length of the saber was even taller than Ning Chi. The way he held the long saber looked a little comical, but no one could laugh at this moment. The scene before them was beyond their understanding of martial arts. How could a 5 or 6-year-old kid have such terrifying skills? All of you, attack together and take him down for me! The woman shouted again. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other, then roared and brandished their long sabers as they rushed towards Ning Chi, as if this could boost their courage. Ning Chi's footsteps moved slightly, his figure like a ghost dodging through the crowd's encirclement. In just a few breaths of time, the woman and Saber Scar discovered that all the martial artists surrounding Ning Chi had stopped moving. What are you waiting for? If you can't take down this kid today, I'll teach you a lesson when we return to the Zhuoqiu family. The woman shouted sternly. They're dead and can't hear you. However, you can go down and repeat your words to them. I think it won't be long before the entire Zhuoqiu family reunites with you in the underworld. Ning Chi's voice sounded again. Immediately after, the surrounding martial artists fell to the ground one by one, their heads falling from their necks and rolling far away. Scar and the woman then realized that they had all been beheaded by Ning Chi in an instant. Is this really Xian'er? There was a trace of doubt in Ning Yo's eyes, but he could not help but pass out again. At this moment, the martial artists outside the shed had also noticed the commotion. They abandoned the miners and surrounded the shed. Brat, are you a human or a ghost? Scar said with a pale face. Sometimes I'm a human. Ning Chi smiled. Don't play tricks. There are many martial artists from the Zhuoqiu family here. If you continue like this, you'll definitely die. How about this, you take your father away and we'll call it a day? Dao Ba said in a fierce manner. The woman's lips moved slightly and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. However, in the end, she did not refute. Chapter 4263. I saw that there are only about 100 people. Do you think these people can stop me? Ning Chi smiled. Dao Ba was slightly startled and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He only felt that the child in front of him gave him a very sinister feeling. 100 people can't stop you? I don't believe it. Dao Ba said as he signaled the woman to retreat. As long as he could save this woman's life today, nothing else mattered. However, in the next moment, he saw Ning Chi suddenly disappear from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. Young miss, run! Dao Ba roared and slashed at Ning Chi with his saber. At the same time, the martial artists outside heard the sound and immediately rushed into the shed. Run? Where can you go? Ning Chi raised his saber and slashed down. Dao Ba was too weak in terms of speed and strength. He had just raised his saber when Ning Chi's saber had already slashed across his body, from his left shoulder to his right waist. Puff! Dao Ba's face revealed a look of astonishment, and then deep fear surged in his eyes. The saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. In the next moment, the woman turned around and saw a shocking scene. Dao Ba's upper body fell diagonally and his internal organs fell to the ground. At this moment, the martial artists who had rushed into the shed also saw this scene and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. How could a 4 or 5-year-old kid kill a martial artist at the 6th tier of the physical body realm with one slash? "Protect the young miss!" someone cried out. In an instant, they subconsciously rushed towards Ning Qi, regardless of whether the situation was a little strange. Ning Qi protected Ning Niu as he raised his saber and slashed down. One at a time, sometimes two. Gradually, the miners kneeling on the ground outside also felt that something was wrong. At the same time, in another wooden house, a group of managers of the jade mine was imprisoned. "Why is it so noisy outside? Could it be that our Ning family sent someone? It's unlikely. The one who attacked is the Zhuoqiu family. I'm afraid the old master won't send someone so soon." Two martial artists walked into the house and shouted coldly. Everyone immediately shut their mouth. "Why is it so noisy at the foot of the mountain? Go take a look." The two martial artists looked at each other, and one of them frowned. "All right, you keep an eye on them. I'll go take a look." The other warrior nodded and walked out of the house towards the mountainside. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he saw corpses all over the ground. There were pools of blood everywhere, and among these corpses stood a child holding a long knife. The cultivator from the Zhuoqiu clan was slightly stunned, and a trace of horror immediately surged in his eyes. What happened? Why did so many people die? From the heads scattered on the ground, he recognized a few familiar faces. Just a few days ago, he had been drinking and eating meat with them, but now their heads had been separated from their bodies, and they died with their eyes wide open. What the hell is going on? The martial artist twisted his stiff neck and saw another figure. It was the eldest miss of the Zhuoqiu family who was in charge of protecting them. "You must be a ghost." Zhuoqiu Lingyin forced a smile. Ning Qi smiled and slowly walked towards her. "Don't come over." Zhuoqiu Lingyin finally could no longer maintain her demeanor. She fell directly to the ground, supported herself with her hands, and kept retreating. Her face became extremely distorted because of horror. With a smile on his face, Ning Qi approached Zhuoqiu Lingyin step by step. At this time, she saw a Zhuoqiu clan martial artist standing nearby, and hurriedly shouted, "Stop him, stop him." Ah yes, eldest Mississippi, the martial artist had not figured out the reason. He only saw a child holding a long knife approaching Zhuoqiu Lingyin, and he subconsciously walked towards Ning Qi. Puff! A head flew up. Ning Qi did not look at it and continued to approach Zhuoqiu Lingyin. Zhuoqiu Lingyin's eyes showed a touch of despair. She never thought that as the eldest miss of the Zhuoqiu clan in Tasha City, with hundreds of guards at any time, she would encounter such a thing in a small place like Green Summit Town. Most of her guards were dead. Even if there were a few alive, they could not be a match for this terrifying guy. "Don't come any closer." Zhuoqiu Lingyin's voice was a little sobbing. "You weren't like this when you tortured my father." Ning Qi walked up to Zhuoqiu Lingyin and said lightly, "Your father is not dead. I've been merciful. Yes, I've been merciful. You've also killed so many of my guards. Let's write off the enmity between us, okay?" Zhuoqiu Lingyin begged for mercy. At this time, she found that the surrounding miners had gathered around and were looking at this scene with strange expressions. In despair, Zhuoqiu Lingyin hurriedly asked for help from these people who she had once regarded as extremely dirty. "Save me, please save me. I'm the eldest miss of the Zhuoqiu clan. Whoever can save me, I'll guarantee him a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth." These miners looked extremely strange. One of them stepped forward cautiously and asked Ning Qi, "Young master, are you the son of Deacon Ning Niu? Do you have any medicine? Heal my father first." If not, send someone to Green Summit Town to find a doctor. Ning Qi said lightly. Yes, yes, yes. The miner nodded hurriedly. He seemed to be the head of the miners. He turned around and gave an order. Immediately, miners ran down the mountain, apparently to find a doctor. It's said that Deacon Ning Nyo's son has been smart since childhood and is a well-known prodigy, but now… The crowd was shocked and frightened. You see, they won't help you, and they can't help you. Ning Qi's eyes fell on Zhuoqiulingyin again, and he said with a smile, If you have any last words, you can leave them. I'll pass them on to the Zhuoqiu clan for you. You still want to go to my Zhuoqiu clan? Zhuoqiulingyin's face gradually became resentful. Then I hope you can do what you say. Go to my Zhuoqiu clan. My father will definitely kill you, and he won't let you die so easily. These are your last words? I'll remember them. I'll definitely bring them to you. Ning Qi nodded and raised his hand. Pucci, blood spurted from the broken neck like a fountain. The lifeless head fell to the ground and rolled far away. Although there was no vitality in the eyes that could not be closed, there was still a trace of resentment in them. The miners around looked at Ning Qi, who was standing in a pool of blood. His body was stained with blood, and even his hair was dyed red with blood. They could not help showing a trace of awe in their eyes. Ning Qi walked slowly to Ning Nyo's side and sat cross-legged. Ning Nyo's injuries were all superficial and not life-threatening, but if his legs were not treated well, it would probably affect his walking in the future. Chapter 4264. After waiting for about half an hour, a little old man with a fearful face was carried up by a few miners. Dr. Chen, quickly take a look at Deacon Ning's injuries. The leading miner quickly said. Why are there so many corpses here? Dr. Chen was dumbfounded, and the fear on his face was even stronger. But after a while, he reacted and hurriedly trotted to Ning Nyo's side with the medicine box on his back. While checking his injuries, he also looked at Ning Qi with the corner of his eyes. His injuries are all superficial. Although there are some internal injuries, it is not life-threatening. Send a few people to help me take him to my pharmacy. But this pair of legs is not easy to handle. I'm afraid it will not be convenient to walk in the future. After Dr. Chen finished looking at Ning Nyo, he looked at Ning Qi. Kid, you are injured all over. Where are you hurt? Thank you, Dr. Chen, I am not injured. Ning Qi smiled, then his eyes fell on the leading miner. How should I address you? My name is Lin Dong. The leading miner quickly said. Uncle Lin, you deal with the matters on the mountain. You know where the other deacons are, right? I will go to the pharmacy with my father. Ning Qi got up and said. Okay, leave it to me. Lin Dong quickly nodded, looking at Ning Qi with a trace of awe in his eyes. One person, one knife, killed so many martial artists on the mountain. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a method. What was even more frightening was that Ning Qi's age was similar to the children in their family. This was not a child prodigy at all, but a complete monster. Lin Dong secretly pondered in his heart. Qingfeng Town Pharmacy. After Ning Nyo's injuries were carefully treated by Dr. Chen, he gradually woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he subconsciously wanted to sit up, but was pressed down by Ning Qi's hand. Father, your injuries are quite serious. Rest well during this time, especially your legs. Dr. Chen has already set your bones. You must not move around, otherwise it will leave a root cause in the future. Ning Qi said. Xianer, why are you here? Ning Nyo's eyes showed a trace of confusion, then said anxiously, Something happened in the jade mine. But after saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but frown slightly. The matter of the jade mine has been solved for the time being. Now we just need to wait for the Ning mansion to send someone over. Ning Qi smiled. It's settled? Ning Nyo's face suddenly showed a trace of horror, as if he remembered the scene he saw before he fainted. He looked at Ning Qi in astonishment and said, "Xian, I seem to have seen you. I learned some martial arts from Master some time ago." Ning Qi laughed. But Ning Niu was slightly stunned. Just by learning some martial arts, he could defeat a group of people who were like wolves and tigers in his eyes. "Father, rest well. Take care of your injuries. There's no need to think too much about anything else." Ning Qi smiled. Ning Niu was indeed a little sleepy. Not long after, he fell asleep with doubts and a trace of confusion. Ning Zishu spurred his horse and finally arrived at Green Summit Town. Where the hell did Ning Xian go? Ning Zishu's eyes were filled with doubt. When he chased Ning Qi out of the Ning mansion, he did not see any trace of Ning Qi along the way. Fortunately, as long as he did not come to Green Summit Town, Ning Zishu breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately went to the top of the hill where the jade mine was located. He wanted to ask the Zhuoqiu family why they attacked the jade mine of the Ning mansion for no reason. There was no hatred between the two sides. If it was really the doing of the ancestor of the Seven Swords sect who was rumored to have come from the Immortal sect, the Ning mansion should consider going to the Purple Pure Palace to report this matter to the Immortal. Along the way, Ning Zishu suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he reached the hillside, he saw Lin Dong and the others digging a pit and disposing of the corpses of the warriors killed by Ning Qi. The other deacons in the jade mine were also rescued, and now they were in charge of commanding. "Hey, second young master! Second young master is here!" When the crowd saw Ning Zisu, their eyes lit up with joy and they immediately surrounded him. Ning Zishu's eyes fell on one of the deacons. "What the hell happened here? Didn't they say that the Zhuoqiu family attacked our jade mine? Where are the people of the Zhuoqiu family? And my uncle? The chief steward was killed by the Zhuoqiu family." One of the deacons had a look of grief and indignation. "What?" Ning Zishu's body trembled. After a while, he stood in front of a corpse with a look of sorrow in his eyes. "The Zhuoqiu family just left after killing my uncle? Were those the miners of the jade mine buried just now?" After a moment of silence, Ning Zishu said in a heavy voice. Everyone looked at each other with a look of hesitation. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Ning Zishu frowned slightly. "Lin Dong knows this the best. Let Lin Dong tell second young master. We were trapped together and didn't see what happened, so we dare not say anything." One of the deacons said with a strange look. "What the hell happened?" Ning Zishu looked at Lin Dong. As the head of the miners, although he was just a poor man, Ning Zishu had seen him a few times and knew his name. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, then he seemed to be organizing his words in his mind. After 7 or 8 breaths, he said in a low voice, "Second young master, we were originally detained by the martial artists of the Zhuoqiu family. When Deacon Ning Niu resisted, he accidentally touched the clothes of the Zhuoqiu family's eldest daughter and was constantly tortured by them. Yes, where is Ning Niu?" Ning Zishu's expression changed. "Deacon Ning Niu is fine. He has been sent to the pharmacy," Lin Dong hurriedly said. "As long as Ning Niu is fine," Ning Zishu murmured to himself. Seeing this, Lin Dong continued, "Later, Deacon Ning Niu's son, young master Ning Xian, also came. You said Ning Xian came?" Ning Zishu's expression suddenly changed. "Where is he?" "Second young master Xian is fine. Can you let me finish?" Lin Dong smiled bitterly. "Fine." Ning Zishu was startled, then he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Dong was one of them, so he would not lie to him about this. "Go on." Ning Zishu nodded. "After young master Ning Xian came, what happened next?" Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Later, young master Ning Xian snatched a knife and killed all the people of the Zhuoqiu family, including the eldest daughter. The bodies you saw just now were left by the Zhuoqiu family. In our jade mine, except for the chief steward, no one was injured." Ning Zishu's expression changed several times. After a long silence, He looked at the place where they had just buried the bodies with a strange expression and said, "You said those hundreds of bodies were all killed by Ning Xian?" Young Master Xian had no choice. Lin Dong hurriedly said, "This." Chapter 4265. Green Summit Town, Chen's Pharmacy. Led by Lin Dong, Ning Zishu finally found Ning Qi. Ning Qi had already changed into a new set of clothes. He looked clean, white, and tender. Lin Dong couldn't help but reveal a look of awe when he saw Ning Qi. He didn't even feel this way when he saw Ning Zishu. "You are really mischievous." Ning Zishu was silent for a few seconds when he saw Ning Qi, then scolded him with a hint of anger. "Second uncle, have you dealt with the matter at the Jade Mine?" Ning Qi smiled. "It's been dealt with properly." Ning Zishu nodded, then frowned. "Don't change the subject. Why are you so insensible? Why did you come to Green Summit Town alone? Although your martial Tao is strong, you don't have the slightest bit of experience in battle." Speaking up to here, Ning Zishu had a strange look in his eyes. A child without the slightest bit of experience in battle had actually annihilated over 100 Zhuoqiu clan martial artists. If he hadn't seen those corpses with his own eyes and Lin Dong and the others hadn't assured him in every way, he still wouldn't have believed it. Could it be that a naturally intelligent person could even bring out killing skills from the womb? Were people with spiritual roots so monstrous? But he didn't see any similar signs in his son Ning Yandong. "If I didn't come, father would have been tortured to death by Zhuoqiu Lingyin." Ning Qi smiled. "You killed Zhuoqiu Lingyin. There is no room for reconciliation between the Ning mansion and the Zhuoqiu family. I'll order someone to take you and Ning Niu back to the Ning mansion. Leave the rest to our master. Don't get involved." Ning Zishu said with a complicated look. "Leave it to you? Does our Ning mansion have a warrior at the 10th level of the physical body realm?" Ning Qi asked with a strange look. "No." Ning Zishu was slightly startled. "The Zhuoqiu family has a warrior at the 2nd level of martial art. The current situation is irreconcilable. Second uncle, don't even think about negotiating with them. Either kill them in one blow, or let the Ning mansion disappear from Yanqing City. There are only two outcomes." Ning Qi said, "Send my father back to the Ning mansion to recover, then we'll go directly to the Zhuoqiu family in Tasha City. Anyway, this place is not far from Tasha City. We can go quickly and come back quickly. One day is enough to take care of things." "What are you talking about? How are we going to settle things in one day and one night?" Ning Zishu's face was filled with astonishment. "Kill all the people from the Zhuoqiu clan and take over their business. Won't the matter be resolved then? In the current situation, if we don't use such a thunderous method, do we have any other choice?" Ning Qi looked up at Ning Zishu calmly. Lin Dong sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart and stared blankly at Ning Qi. Was this something a 5-year-old child could say? Kill every single member of the Zhuoqiu clan? Even if we can really annihilate the Zhuoqiu clan, such a method will inevitably attract criticism from all sides. Ning Zishu said with a strange expression, "Not to mention that you also know that the Zhuoqiu clan has a 2nd realm in martial Tao, even you won't be a match for him. This matter can only be resolved by the Purple Pure Palace's spiritual master Ziyang. Second uncle, what kind of existence do you think warriors are?" Ning Qi suddenly laughed. "Martial artist?" Ning Zishu felt that there was a deeper meaning in Ning Qi's words, so he subconsciously thought for a while, but in the end, he did not give an answer. Instead, he asked Ning Qi, "What do you think?" "I think that warriors are also ordinary people. So what if they have a 2nd realm in martial Tao? Can they still live if their heads are cut off? Even if they are from the immortal sect, they have to return to their roots after losing their head." Ning Qi laughed. "But the Zhuoqiu clan has not reacted yet. If we give them time, it will be even more difficult to solve this matter. Even if we ask the Purple Pure Palace's spiritual master, how much do you think it will cost? Ning Qi smiled. The immortal sect's spiritual master values pure gold, just like how people in the market value money. They won't help our Ning mansion for free just because of Yan Qing and Yan Dong. How confident are you? Ning Zishu said slowly after a few moments of silence. 100%. Ning Qi smiled. 100%? Ning Zishu was slightly stunned, a touch of doubt in his eyes. But he thought about it. It seemed that Ning Qi's decision was the most suitable for the current situation. If the Zhuoqiu clan was really given time to react, the Ning mansion would indeed be hard to resist. However, if anything happened to Ning Qi, his father would probably beat him to death. You have to promise me one thing, then I will decide whether to support you or not. Ning Zishu said with a serious expression. Second uncle, please tell me. Ning Qi smiled. If it's impossible, I want you to save your own life first. You can't do anything rashly. As long as there's life, there's hope. I think teacher has taught you this. Ning Zishu said. Of course. Ning Qi nodded. Lindong, go hire a carriage and send Ning Yo back to the Ning mansion. Also, tell my father that I've taken Ning Xian to Taisha City and ask him to send someone to pick us up. Ning Zishu said. Yes, second young master. Lindong nodded solemnly. By the way, don't spread the conversation between me and Ning Xian. Ning Zishu said. Lindong nodded quickly. I know. In Taisha City. Since Ning Zishu insisted on coming in person, Ning Qi could only ride on his horse. As a result, the speed of the journey was greatly reduced, and it took them 2 to 4 hours to arrive. By this time, it was already night. Stay in the inn for one night and we'll act tomorrow. Ning Zishu immediately decided. He was still a little hesitant. Ning Qi did not refute, but nodded with a smile. Late at night, when Ning Zishu's breathing had gradually stabilized, Ning Qi quietly left the inn. The largest residence in Taisha City was not the governor's mansion, but the Zhuoqiu clan. Ning Qi easily found this place and deftly jumped over the wall. There were guards patrolling the grounds of the Zhuoqiu clan even late at night. However, Ning Qi's reaction was quick and his figure was short, so none of the guards were able to notice his presence. In less than 10 minutes, Ning Qi had arrived at the Zhuoqiu clan's inner residence, which was the most heavily guarded. In the largest courtyard, there was a room that was still brightly lit. Ning Qi quietly approached from the shadows and stood by the window. The conversation in the room was clearly heard by him. Father, you let little sister go to Green Summit Town. Was it really the idea of that person from the Seven Swords sect? Yes, I received a letter from him some time ago. In addition, you should know that 2 people from the Ning residence have entered the Immortal sect. We can use that person from the Seven Swords sect to suppress the Ning residence. As far as I know, the cultivation of the Immortal sect values money very much. Without the support of the Ning residence, those 2 youngsters who have entered the Immortal sect will not achieve much in the future. But if there is no if, our Taisha City is not far from Yanqing City. If we let the Ning residence grow, our Zhuoqiu clan will become a vassal in a few decades. So they hit it off. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with understanding. Chapter 4266. The jade mine in Green Summit Town should have been taken over by Little Sister. When the Ning residence responds and sends someone to negotiate, shall we make our move? The conversation continued in the house. Don't kill too many people. Just treat this as a normal business conflict and suppress the Ning residence's industry. If too many people are injured, I'm afraid the Purple Pure Palace will intervene. Our Zhuoqiu clan cannot afford to offend the Immortal sect. Therefore, the news of our collaboration with the Seven Swords sect cannot be spread. Even if they have some suspicions, they will not have enough evidence. I understand. Calculating the time, I will bring people to Green Summit Town tomorrow. You may leave. I'm tired. After a while, the lights in the house dimmed. 10 breaths later, Ning Qi appeared silently in the house. There was an old man who was about the same age as the Ning clan leader, perhaps 4 or 5 years older. He emitted an aura that was much stronger than the Ning clan leaders. "Who is it?" The other party was very sensitive. Ning Qi had only stood in front of the bed for a few breaths before he reacted. He immediately jumped up from the bed and saw Ning Qi with the help of the moonlight. "You are." The old man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A child suddenly appeared at the head of the bed in the middle of the night and stared at him quietly. Even an expert of a higher level would be temporarily shocked, let alone an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner. "Yanqing City, Ning Mansion, Ning Qi," Ning Qi said lightly. "Yanqing City's Ning Mansion?" The fear in Zhuoqiu Wanzhang's heart faded a little and was replaced by doubt. His expression became a little strange as he stared at Ning Qi while he relit the candle in the room. "Are you really from Yanqing City's Ning Mansion? How did you get in here?" Zhuoqiu Wanzhang said with a serious expression. He had a few doubts in his mind. He had just attacked Yanqing City's Ning family and a child had appeared in front of his house in the middle of the night? How did he get past the heavily guarded courtyard and come here? "Your courtyard walls are not high, so I jumped in." Ning Qi smiled. "I just heard you and your son discussing how to suppress the Ning Mansion and cut off Yan Qing and Yan Dong's money from the Purple Pure Palace?" Zhuoqiu Wanzhang's expression changed slightly as his hair stood on end. "When did you come in?" "I was there just now. I heard the conversation between you and your son. I want to know if the other members of the Zhuoqiu mansion know about your plan?" Ning Qi laughed. "Rumor has it that there is a type of person in the world who cannot grow up. They are called dwarves. Although I have never seen one, you should be one of them." The aura within Zhuoqiu Wanzhang's body was gradually rising. The fear in his heart had lessened, replaced by killing intent. He didn't believe that the child in front of him was a real child. Only a dwarf could explain what he had seen and heard. "If you say so," Ning Qi smiled. "I just asked you a question. Can you answer me? This matter concerns whether your Zhuoqiu clan will be annihilated or not. It's quite important." "Exterminate the entire clan? How dare you?" Zhuoqiu Wanzhang suddenly exploded and punched towards Ning Qi's head. On his fist, there was a layer of faint red light that was clearly visible. The embryonic breathing realm. Ning Qi had been guarding against him all this time, so when Zhuoqiu Wanzhang exploded, Ning Qi retreated instead of advancing. Zhuoqiu Wanzhang hadn't been able to predict Ning Qi's actions, causing his fist to miss. His chest had been pierced by a force of 20,000 jin. Ning Qi withdrew his bloodied arm and gave Zhuoqiu Wanzhang a light push. Zhuoqiu Wanzhang fell back onto the bed. His eyes, which were gradually losing their vitality, carried a trace of confusion and doubt. "You're not Ning Qi. You're that Ning Xian from the Ning Mansion who was not accepted by the Purple Pure Palace despite possessing a spirit root?" Zhuoqiu Wanzhang abruptly sat up, his eyes wide as he glared at Ning Qi. "You're about to die. Is that important?" Ning Qi smiled and turned to walk to another corner of the room. There was a cabinet there that contained many antiques. From the beginning, he had sensed the presence of spirit energy in these antiques. Aura value plus 1 aura value plus 5 aura value plus 18 aura value plus 30 Ning Qi's aura value continued to rise and finally reached 1400 points. Compared to the study room of the Ning family's patriarch, most of the antiques in the Zhuoqiu family's patriarch's room were real. Zhuoqiu Wanzhang's last breath dissipated after hearing Ning Qi's words. Before he died, he was filled with regret. If he had known that the Ning family had such a monster, he wouldn't have agreed to the suggestion of the Seven Swords sect and gotten involved in such a matter. Mortals really can't interfere in the battles of the immortal sect. Ning Qi glanced at his corpse and turned to leave. Before long, he arrived at another room. 2 hours later. Ning Qi left the Zhuoqiu family. From start to finish, no one had noticed his presence. Blazing Sun Fist. This should be a martial arts technique. The fist technique that the Zhuoqiu family had used just now might be the Blazing Sun Fist. Ning Qi flipped through the book in his hands as he walked towards the inn. The book introduced the cultivation method of the Blazing Sun Fist. Ning Qi could basically understand it with a single glance. This should be a very ordinary martial technique, and it seemed to only have one layer. According to the books, when one cultivated it to the peak, one could burn their body to death. After arriving at the inn, Ning Qi's mind moved slightly, and the flow of data in front of him washed down like a waterfall. On the attribute panel, in addition to the spiritual energy value and the qi condensation technique, there was another piece of data. Blazing Sun Fist. There was also a plus sign at the end. Seeing this, Ning Qi tapped it lightly, deducting 10 points of spiritual energy, and the Scorching Sun Fist was upgraded to the first level. Although the books did not state how many realms there are for the Flaming Sun Fist, as one's proficiency level increases, there will be some changes. Since the system can raise it, it further proves this point. Each level deducted 10 points of spiritual energy, and Ning Qi kept adding points with his eyes closed. Soon, the Scorching Sun Fist also reached level 20. There were 1,200 spiritual energy left. It can still be improved? Ning Qi was slightly delighted. After leveling up the Ardent Sun Fist to the 20th level, the plus sign actually didn't disappear. Seeing this, Ning Qi quickly clicked on the plus sign behind the Blazing Sun Fist. The 21st floor, 22nd floor, 23rd floor, 40th floor. The plus sign of the Scorching Sun Fist didn't disappear until he clicked on the 40th floor. As the number of floors increased, Ning Qi had a mysterious feeling. It was as if he had been cultivating the Scorching Sun Fist for many years, and it was deeply imprinted in his subconsciousness. The 40th floor of the Scorching Sun Fist should have reached the acme of perfection. I have to try its power when I have the chance. It's a pity that I can't find the cultivation method of the Zhuoqiu family. The next day, Ning Zishu was the first to get up. He was awakened by the noise outside. Ning Xian, something seems to have happened, Ning Zishu said solemnly while putting on his clothes. Chapter 4267. After Ning Zishu woke Ning Qi up, he went downstairs. There was a lot of discussion in the hall. Have you heard? Last night, the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan and his son were all killed. Really? How dare someone attack the Zhuoqiu clan? Some of them had a horrified look on their faces. Why not? The Zhuoqiu clan is in a mess now. The patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan and his descendants were all killed overnight. The murderer must be extraordinary. The patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan is dead. Ning Zishu's face showed a trace of astonishment. He called a waiter over and asked, "Is what they said true? The patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan is dead?" "Customer, it's definitely true. Look at all the constables outside. They're searching the entire city for the culprit. However, in my opinion, the culprit could even kill the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan without anyone noticing. How could he possibly be caught?" The waiter said. How could it be so coincidental? Ning Zishu's expression was strange. They were just planning to get even with the Zhuoqiu clan, but this happened to the Zhuoqiu clan? It was too much of a coincidence. Thinking of this, Ning Zishu suddenly looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. He shook his head and denied his guess. No matter how smart he was, it was impossible for him to sneak into the Zhuoqiu clan to kill someone in the middle of the night. He ordered breakfast. Ning Zishu ate and said to Ning Qi, "Now that something like this happened to the Zhuoqiu clan, should we change our plan? If the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan is really dead, then there is no need to go. We can just go back to the Ning mansion." Ning Qi smiled. "That's good." Ning Zishu was relieved. To be honest, he did not have much confidence in going to the Zhuoqiu clan. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was lower than Ning Qi's and he was afraid that Ning Qi would be in danger on the way alone, he would definitely not agree to this trip. Now that Ning Qi had rejected this plan, it was like a stone had been lifted from his heart, and he was in a good mood. The Zhuoqiu clan got what they deserved. I wonder which Jianghu hero solved a big problem for us this time. Ning Zishu could not help but laugh. There is one more thing. Ning Qi smiled. Ning Zishu was slightly startled. What is it? The Zhuoqiu clan is in chaos now. Our Ning mansion can take advantage of the situation to annex their businesses. Ning Qi smiled and said, Yan Qing and Yan Dong are cultivating in the immortal sect. I'm afraid they will need a lot of pure gold. You're right, but our Ning family can only take over some industries that are close to Yanqing City. If it's too far away, we won't be able to do anything. When other people find out about the Zhuoqiu family, they will also try to annex them. Ning Zishu nodded slightly. It's him. They're from the Ning clan. I saw them sneaking into the city yesterday. I didn't expect that something would happen to our Zhuoqiu clan today. It must be related to them. Suddenly, a group of constables walked into the inn. The leader was sneaky and shifty-eyed. He pointed at Ning Zishu and Ning Qi and shouted. Ning Zishu frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that he and Ning Qi would be discovered when they entered Tasha City. However, what made them so certain that they were the ones who harmed the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan and the others? Looks like the Zhuoqiu clan wants to deal with the Ning clan, and many people know about it. Ning Qi looked at the shifty-eyed man indifferently. After the group of constables heard the identification, the leader walked in front of Ning Qi and Ning Zishu and looked at Ning Zishu. He cupped his fists and said, Are you from the Ning mansion in Yanqing City? This constable was a rare female constable. She had a curvy figure and a capable look. I'm Ning Zishu. Ning Zishu nodded slowly. Someone said that the Zhuoqiu clan and the Ning clan are not on good terms. Did you enter the city yesterday? Last night there was a murder in the Zhuoqiu clan. Where were you? The female constable said in a low voice. Ning Zishu glanced at the shifty-eyed middle-aged man and smiled at the female constable. Xian and I were in the inn yesterday and didn't step out. Moreover, the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan is rumored to be an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner. I'm only at the 6th tier of the physical body realm. How could I kill him quietly and let everyone know about it this morning? The female constable heard this and nodded subconsciously. Constable Shangguan, our Zhuoqiu clan has just started a feud with the Ning clan. Now that our clan has encountered such a disaster, the Ning clan will never be able to clear the suspicion. Seeing this, the shifty-eyed middle-aged man hurriedly said, I brought Xian here to resolve the previous conflict. Constable, you should also know that there will inevitably be some friction in business. However, this is just a small feud. It's not fatal at all. Ning Zishu said lightly. Constable Shangguan nodded. Indeed. Moreover, with your cultivation, you definitely can't let the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan die quietly. His heart was pierced by someone. The opponent's strength is definitely not weaker than the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu clan. Saying this, she ignored the shifty-eyed middle-aged man and cupped her fists at Ning Zishu. Then, she turned around and left with her people. Seeing this, the shifty-eyed middle-aged man hurriedly turned around and followed. Without the constable present, he didn't dare to stay alone with the Ning clan. At this moment, Ning Qi's heart stirred, and he punched him in the back. Scorching sun fist. In an instant, a fist print formed from genuine Qi landed directly on the middle-aged man. The terrifying force sent his body flying, and he landed in the middle of the street with a loud bang. When the passers-by saw this, they were shocked and subconsciously moved aside. When they saw that there was something interesting to watch and wanted to get closer, the middle-aged man's body suddenly burst into flames, causing him to scream miserably and gradually burn into charcoal. Constable Shangwan and her subordinates subconsciously stopped in their tracks with a look of shock on their faces. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't come any closer." Constables immediately stopped the passers-by. These passers-by didn't dare to approach. Their faces were all filled with horror. Just now, they had seen with their own eyes that the living man directly burned into a ball of fire after falling to the ground. This seems to be the steward of the Zhuoqiu clan. Could it be that someone has done too many bad things? After this incident in the Zhuoqiu clan, someone burned himself in broad daylight? The crowd discussed animatedly. No one doubted it, and no one saw Ning Qi make a move. Even Ning Zishu looked at this scene in astonishment. Constable Shangwan walked to the corpse and squatted down. She found a very obvious fist print on the corpse. Although the corpse was charred, the fist print was still visible to the naked eye. Even if he wasn't burned to death, he wouldn't have survived such an injury. The person who did this is probably the murderer who killed the Zhuoqiu clan master. Constable Shangwan's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. It's said that only those in the embryonic breathing realm can use genuine qi to penetrate the body. I'm still not in the embryonic breathing realm, but I can kill the enemy from a distance. It seems to be the effect of the 40th level of Scorching Sun Fist. Chapter 4268. Outside Tao Sha City, the Ning clan's family head personally led a group of Ning clan cultivators on warhorses, waiting quietly. There was a hint of anxiety in his solemn gaze. Since he knew that Ning Zisu had taken Ning Qi to Tao Sha City, he had cursed more than once. The surrounding warriors all knew that the head of the Ning family was angry, so they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, they also felt an inexplicable palpitation from the things they had heard in Green Summit Town. Ning Xian, the son of Ning Niu, was one of the 3 people with spiritual roots in the Ning family. Because his aptitude wasn't favored by the Purple Taoist, he couldn't enter the Purple Pure Palace. Such a 5-year-old child actually relied on martial arts to kill hundreds of martial artists in the Green Peak Town jade mine, and even killed Zhuoqiu Lingyin, the daughter of the patriarch of the Zhuoqiu family. When everyone found out about this, they didn't believe it at first. However, as everyone's statements were surprisingly consistent, they had to believe it even if they didn't want to. Even now, they still felt that it was a little unreal. But at the very least, so long as this matter was true, then they would have some confidence in going against the Zhuoqiu clan. Not long after, a figure hurried over from afar. "Patriarch, I've discovered a huge piece of news." The newcomer was panting heavily. "What big news? Have you seen second young master and Ning Xian? Did they go to the Zhuoqiu clan?" The head of the Ning family frowned slightly. It's news from the Zhuoqiu clan. The Zhuoqiu clan was invaded by a powerful enemy last night. Early this morning, they discovered that the Zhuoqiu clan's patriarch, Zhuoqiu Wanzhong, and his sons were all dead. The scout hurriedly replied with a hint of excitement on his face. "Zhuoqiu Wanzhong is dead?" The head of the Ning family was slightly startled, and then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. A dignified embryonic breathing realm expert had died just like that? It should be known that within a radius of 1,000 miles, there were less than 3 embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioners who could be considered famous. Zhuoqiu Wanzhong was one of them. How could such a strong person, who could emit vital qi from his body, be assassinated silently in his own home and only be discovered in the morning? "Is your information accurate?" The head of the Ning family had a solemn expression. The rest of the Ning clan cultivators looked at each other when they heard this news. In the end, they all saw a hint of pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. What did the Zhuoqiu clan have to fear now that Zhuoqiu Wanzhong was dead? It's absolutely true. Even the constables have been dispatched. The spy hurriedly replied, "I didn't quite believe it, so I went to the Zhuoqiu residence. They're already preparing for the funeral. At the same time, the Zhuoqiu residence is in chaos. Some servants have stolen valuables and fled in a hurry, while others have left in carriages. Ha ha ha. The heavens are helping me. Did you see second young master and the others? The head of the Ning family looked a little excited. I didn't see that. I'll go back and check, the scout said. After that, he turned around and headed in the direction of Tao Sha City. But halfway there, he saw Ning Zishu and Ning Xian riding over. Second young master. The scout revealed a look of pleasant surprise. My father is here? Ning Zishu said with a strange expression. The patriarch is here. The scout nodded. Did my father scold me? Ning Zishu asked again. The scout suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, not daring to say a word. Ning Xian, when you see my father, think about what to say. I brought you to Tao Sha City this time, and I'm afraid I'll be hated by him for a while. Ning Zishu said helplessly. Second uncle, the Lord won't blame you. We've done a good job here. Ning Qi said with a smile. I hope so. Ning Zishu sighed softly. Soon, the three of them arrived at the place where the head of the Ning family was stationed. As soon as the head of the Ning family saw Ning Zishu, he shouted angrily, Unfilial son! Lord, it's me who insisted on coming to Tao Sha City to avenge my father. It has nothing to do with second uncle. Second uncle's cultivation is not as strong as mine, so he couldn't stop me. Instead, he risked his life to accompany me to Tao Sha City. You shouldn't blame him. Ning Qi spoke first. Ning Zishu quickly nodded in agreement. The head of the Ning family couldn't say anything else. He remained silent with a strange expression. Countless warriors of the Ning family were secretly looking at Ning Qi. They had never heard that Ning Qi had talent in martial arts, but judging from the head of the Ning family's attitude, it seemed that he already knew. Forget it. Don't do it again, the head of the Ning family said in a low voice after a long silence. Ning Zishu was relieved and said quickly, Father, the Zhuoqiu family is in a bad situation now. It's a good time for us to take advantage of their weakness and kill them. I don't need you to remind me. You take Ning Xian back. Next, I will take over some of the Zhuoqiu family's businesses. Forget about those that are too far away. The head of the Ning family snorted coldly. Yes. Ning Zishu nodded. Ning Mansion. Ning Zishu's wife came to Ning Qi's courtyard from time to time these days. Each time she would bring many nourishing things because Ning Nyo's injury was more serious and he needed to recuperate. Today, Ning Zishu's wife came again. After she left, Ning Nyo's mother suddenly glanced at Ning Nyo. Why have you been so quiet these days? The doctor said that when your leg is healed, you won't become a cripple. Ning Nyo shook his head with a strange expression. I'm not worried about whether I'll become a cripple. Are you worried about Xian Er? Xian Er should be safe with the second young master. You can take advantage of this time to recuperate in Ning Mansion. Don't go out again. Ning Zishu's mother whispered. Actually, Ning Nyo hesitated and then looked at Ning Zishu's mother. Has Xian Er been practicing martial arts these days? Well, he practiced with the second young master for a day some time ago, but then he stopped. Maybe Xian Er doesn't have the talent for martial arts. Ning Zishu's mother smiled. No talent, Ning Nyo said with a strange expression. I remember that if Xian Er hadn't come in time this time, I might have died in Qingfeng town. Xian Er came in time? Didn't Xian Er go to see you with the second young master? Ning Zishu's mother was a little confused. Ning Nyo said slowly while organizing his words. Ning Zishu's mother gradually showed a trace of astonishment on her face and covered her mouth in disbelief. You said that Xian Er killed a lot of people in Qingfeng town? Ning Zishu's mother's eyes were full of worry. At the same time, she shook her head in disbelief. It's impossible. How could Xian Er kill people? How could he beat those warriors with small arms and legs? It's true. I don't believe it either. But after thinking about it these days, I'm sure I remember it correctly. Ning Nyo looked strange. So you haven't said anything these days because you've been thinking about it? Whether you remember it correctly or not, Xian is our child. Even if he killed a lot of people, he is still my child. Ning Zishu's mother snorted. Mother, I'm back. Ning Qi's voice sounded outside the yard. Chapter 4269. After Ning's mother saw Ning Qi, she grabbed his body and looked around. It seemed that she wanted to see if he was injured. Seeing that there was no injury on Ning Qi's body, she was relieved. I've been worried sick these past few days. You can't run around like this in the future, understand? Mother Ning's face suddenly sank and said, Got it. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Ning's mother turned from anger to joy. She bent down to pick up Ning Qi and walked to the yard. What do you want to eat today? Mother will make it for you. Mutton stew. The next day, Ning Qi sneaked out of the Ning mansion and went to a mountain on the outskirts of Yanqing City. Before long, he stood in front of a tree with a diameter of about a foot. The fiery sun punch was already at the 40th level, but Ning Qi had yet to fully test its power. Today, he wanted to see how much destructive power the 40th level of the fiery sun punch and the 20th level of the qi condensation manual would have. I'll use 30% of my strength first. Ning Qi suddenly punched the tree. A red stream of true qi immediately surged out of his fist. Bang! The terrifying force sent sawdust flying everywhere. Ning Qi focused his eyes and saw that the tree had been pierced through by him. There were black scorch marks and some sparks around it. He had only used 30% of his strength to punch through a tree that was about a foot in diameter. If this punch had landed on a human body, no one would have been able to withstand it. Next is 60%. Ning Qi punched again. Boom! Wood splinters flew everywhere. The tree was directly snapped in half. Next is 100%, another punch. This time, it was exactly the same as when he had attacked in Tao Sha City. The true energy on his fist transformed into a fist seal, which flew through the air and landed on the tree that had already been broken in half. Bang! A raging flame suddenly ignited. It seemed to be different from ordinary fire. It only took a dozen or so breaths of time to burn half of the tree trunk into charcoal. Its power was very impressive. There is no comparison. I don't know what realm my skills are equivalent to among the ancient martial art practitioners. I have definitely reached the embryonic breathing realm. Above the embryonic breathing realm seems to be the realm of the immortal sect. Ning Zishu had talked about the martial arts realm before, but he didn't talk about it in detail. Perhaps even he didn't know. He only knew that there were 10 tiers in the physical body realm. The embryonic breathing realm was divided into 4 realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, perfect stage. Tao Sha City's Wuqiu Wanzhong should be a beginning stage embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner. Each of these 4 minor realms represented a completely different level of combat strength. Ning Qi didn't know the specifics. The beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm should not be a problem. It's a pity that I don't have other martial arts techniques, and I still have 1,000 spiritual energy value that I can't use. Ning Qi pondered for a moment. I clearly heard some movement just now. Why is there only a little kid here? Kid, did you see a white tiger running over? Not far away, 2 women and a man walked over. They were dressed like swordsmen, but they didn't seem to be from Yanqing City. This tree. Could it be that it was struck by lightning? Shangguan Feishuan asked in bewilderment. I'm asking you a question. Did you see a white tiger running past? One of the women spoke again, looking at Ning Qi with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Where did the white tiger come from? Ning Qi shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. This place was indeed called the Tiger Demon Forest, and it was rumored that there was a white tiger with spiritual intelligence. However, rumors were just rumors, and no one had actually seen the white tiger. Even if someone claimed to have seen the white tiger, they couldn't provide any evidence. Moreover, they couldn't explain how they survived after seeing the white tiger. Is there really no white tiger? A look of disappointment appeared on the woman's face. But the bait we put out has indeed disappeared. Only an existence like the white tiger would be able to bring such a huge cow away. Another woman said with a frown. Shangguan Feishuan muttered, "There might be a tiger, but it's not a white tiger. Legends can't be trusted. It seems like it's impossible to catch a white tiger as a gift for Master's birthday." I seem to have sensed the aura of a spiritual root on that kid. Suddenly, a woman's eyes flickered as she looked at the two of them. Spiritual root? There is someone with a spiritual root here? If he really has a spiritual root, giving him to Master would be a great gift. Shangguan Feishuan's eyes flashed with delight. The three of them looked at each other and immediately chased in the direction that Ning Qi had left. The immortal sects had few talents, so it would be a contribution to the sect if they could find someone who could cultivate. Currently, all the sects in the ancestral prefecture were fighting for talents, which was why they were so excited when they sensed that Ning Qi seemed to have a spiritual root. In just a few breaths' time, the three of them caught up with Ning Qi. Ning Qi was curious about the purpose of their visit. "Kid, drip a drop of blood on this." Shangguan Feishuan walked over to Ning Qi and took out a jade talisman. "Testing for spiritual root? Are these three people from the immortal sects?" Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the three of them strangely. He hadn't expected to meet people from the immortal sects here. He was really curious about how strong these three people were. Were they stronger than the martial arts experts in the pugilistic world with great attainment in the embryonic breathing realm? "I have already tested for my potential. The person who attacked me was wise man Ziyang from the Purple Pure Palace. However, because my potential was too low, I couldn't enter the Purple Pure Palace." Ning Qi smiled. "Purple Pure Palace?" When Shangguan Feishuan and the other two heard this, their faces subconsciously turned solemn. When Ning Qi saw this, he immediately knew that the Purple Pure Palace was not considered weak among the immortal sects. At the very least, the three people in front of him knew this and were quite afraid of the Purple Pure Palace. There is a great foundation establishment cultivator in the Purple Pure Palace. That wise man Ziyang is the direct disciple of that great foundation establishment cultivator. I heard that he has already reached the 8th layer of qi refining. Since he has tested himself, perhaps this kid's spiritual root is really mixed. There's no need for us to waste the jade talisman anymore. The two women voiced their opinions. Shangguan Feishuan was also persuaded, but he was still a little unwilling. If he couldn't find the white tiger, he wouldn't be able to please his master. If he couldn't please his master, he wouldn't be able to obtain the next cultivation technique. He had been stuck at the 6th layer of qi refining for many years. If he didn't break through to the 7th layer, he might not have any hope of reaching the foundation establishment in the future. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Qi refining and foundation establishment. Ning Qi already knew what was going on when he heard these two terms. He had experienced a similar realm when he was in the Great Yin realm. Unfortunately, the cultivation techniques and experiences in the Great Yin realm couldn't be used in the Yang realm. Otherwise, he would have as many cultivation techniques as sesame seeds. Any one of them could be ranked as the best. "Wait, don't go first." Shangguan Feishuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 4270. Use me as bait? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a cold light. The trio's attention was not on him, but on Shangguan Feishuan's suggestion. "Senior brother Shangguan, your suggestion is not bad. If we use him as bait, there is a high chance that we will be able to fish out that demonic tiger." One of the women nodded slowly. The other woman remained silent for a few breaths before she nodded and said, "Then let's try one last time. Then let's try one last time. If there is still no trace of the demon tiger, then we must think of a way to find another birthday gift in the remaining time. Otherwise, the other brothers will give it to us and only we don't. If that happens, Master will definitely be angry." After the trio made their decision, Shangguan Feishuan moved and grabbed Ning Qi's neck as he walked towards the place where they had set the trap. From the beginning to the end, they did not ask for Ning Qi's opinion. From Ning Qi's point of view, the three of them belonged to a sect that had nothing to do with the righteous path. Either that, or the three of them did not care about the lives and deaths of mortals and did not care about the dangers of using Ning Qi as bait. Hey, this kid is also very courageous. He doesn't even cry or make a fuss. Not long after, they came to the side of a pit. When they were about to throw Ning Qi into the pit as bait, one of the women looked at Ning Qi in surprise. "You are all going to die. Why should I cry?" Ning Qi silently punched Shangguan Feishuan's temple. The terrifying force instantly pierced through his head. In the next moment, he used Shangguan Feishuan's body as a springboard and suddenly kicked the ground. He shot into the arms of the other woman like a cannonball. In just a few breaths, the woman's chest was pierced through. Swish! Swish! Two raging flames burst out from their bodies. The only woman who was still alive was shocked as she looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She was a 6th-stage Qi Refinement Realm cultivator and a 5th-stage Qi Refinement Realm senior brother and senior sister. How could they be killed by a 4- or 5-year-old kid? How could this be? By the time she regained her senses, Ning Qi had already appeared in front of her. The woman subconsciously shot out a yellow talisman. Boom! The talisman turned into a lightning bolt and bombarded Ning Qi. Is he dead? The woman looked at Ning Qi in fear as she retreated. Ning Qi's whole body was charred black, and wisps of green smoke were rising from it. Intense pain was transmitted from his nerves to his brain. He forced his eyes open and saw the fear on the woman's face. The methods of those from the immortal sects are indeed stronger than those of cultivators. However, this woman doesn't seem to have much experience in fighting. Furthermore, she's afraid of me. It shouldn't be difficult to kill her. Thinking of this, Ning Qi's figure disappeared again and approached the woman like a ghost. The woman was startled and shot out another yellow talisman. Each 5 thunder talisman cost more than 100 pieces of pure gold, and she only had 2 of them. She never expected that a 4- to 5-year-old child could survive after being struck by a 5 thunder talisman. This time, Ning Qi was prepared. The moment she raised her hand, he changed his position and easily avoided the 5 thunder talisman. Boom! The 5 thunder talisman missed. Meanwhile, Ning Qi appeared in front of the woman. "No, don't kill me." The woman's eyes revealed a look of fear. She was at the 4th stage of the Qi refinement realm. In the secular world, her cultivation was comparable to the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm. If she knew martial arts and how to fight, her actions would definitely not be so childish. Poof! Ning Qi punched her forehead coldly, then retreated and stood quietly. When the flames had burned the woman to ashes, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and started to practice the Qi condensation manual. The few attacks just now, in addition to the attack of the 5 thunder talisman, had basically exhausted the vital energy in his body. If he did not recover, it would be difficult for his body to recover from the injuries caused by the lightning bolt. 2 hours later, his vital energy had recovered somewhat. Ning Qi looked at the injuries on his body with a serious look on his face. Even if he recovered from these injuries, there would be terrible scars left on his body. Today was a little dangerous, Ning Qi sighed in his heart. He had killed 3 cultivators in an instant, mainly because they had underestimated him. More importantly, it was because Ning Qi had seen that Shangguan Feishuan and the other woman had higher cultivation. He had eliminated 2 strong enemies in an instant to kill the last female cultivator. Even so, he had been caught off guard and hit by the talisman. The injuries on my body are not easy to deal with. Ning Qi had a headache. When he returned to the Ning mansion, he did not know how to explain the injuries on his body. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw something on the 3 charred corpses on the ground. Logically speaking, ordinary objects should have been incinerated by his scorching sun fist. Since the flames of the scorching sun fist could not burn them, it could be an item from the immortal sect. Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he collected all the items that had not been burned by the scorching sun fist. 3 jade manuals, a porcelain bottle, and 2 jade talismans. The jade talismans and one of the jade manuals were found on Shangguan Feishuan. Cultivation method? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes as he flipped through the 3 jade manuals. Indeed, they were cultivation methods from the immortal sect called the Qi refinement art. The cultivation methods in the 3 jade manuals were the same. The only difference was that Shangguan Feishuan's cultivation method was divided into 6 levels. The other woman's cultivation method was at the 5th level, and the last woman's jade manual only contained the cultivation method from the 1st to the 4th level. This kind of cultivation method shouldn't be too profound. However, the 3 of them have different levels. Clearly, it's not easy to obtain it in the immortal sect. No wonder they want to capture a demon tiger for their master's birthday and get on his good side. Ning Qi only kept the jade manual on Shangguan Feishuan and destroyed the other 2 jade manuals. Although the flames could not burn them, Ning Qi's punches turned them into dust. What elixir is in this porcelain bottle? Ning Qi opened the porcelain bottle and saw 4 white elixir pills with a rich medicinal fragrance. However, Ning Qi would not consume them before he understood the effects of the elixir pills. The remaining 2 jade talismans faintly emitted the aura of the 5 thunder talisman that the woman had used earlier. Quite a bountiful harvest. Ning Qi grinned, revealing his white teeth. Then, he swept the 3 corpses into the pit and buried them with yellow soil. Then, he turned around and left. Not long after he left, a pair of green eyes flashed in the dense forest. This pair of eyes seemed to be filled with doubt and confusion. Ning Qi did not return to the Ning mansion. Chapter 4271. Ning Qi's mind moved and he clicked on the plus sign behind the training of Qi formula on the attribute panel. His spiritual energy was instantly reduced by 100 points. As for Ning Qi's genuine Qi, it was gradually transforming under some mysterious power, turning into an even more powerful force. Am I now considered a Qi training level 1 cultivator? Ning Qi's expression was strange. He could feel that although the total amount of power in his body had not changed, the change in quality had at least doubled Ning Qi's strength. Moreover, he could also sense that this power seemed to have a particularly good effect on the recovery of injuries. As soon as the transformation was completed, it seeped into the skin and began to repair the burns on the skin. This might be the unique spirit Qi of the people from the immortal sect. The 3 people he killed just now also had this kind of power in their bodies. Seeing this, Ning Qi continued to add points. He lost another 100 points of spiritual energy. The Qi refinement method on the status panel had an additional symbol of level 2. The spiritual energy in his body doubled again. Second layer of Qi refining. Continue adding points. Third layer Qi refining. Fourth layer Qi refining. The 5th layer of Qi refining. When he reached the 5th layer of Qi refining, the burns on Ning Qi's skin were already healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Right now, he still had 500 points of aura. Just when Ning Qi was about to give it 10 points. This time, 500 points of spiritual energy were deducted from him. Ning Qi's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He had leveled up from Qi Training Stage 5 to Qi Training Stage 6. The spiritual energy in his body was about 50% more than before. However, 400 points of spiritual energy were deducted from him. Now, his spiritual energy had been emptied, and there was nothing left. There's a bottleneck between the 5th and 6th levels? Then, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th floors all required 500 spiritual energy value? It's equivalent to having another 2000 aura value to advance to the 10th level. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. While Shangguan Feishuan and the other two were talking, he learned about Tao Master Zi Yang's cultivation realm from them. The 8th layer of Qi refining. It was only 2 levels higher than Ning Qi. Back then, Reverend Zi Yang had come on clouds, which meant that cultivators didn't need to reach the foundation establishment stage to be able to walk on air. Compared to an ancient martial art practitioner, the amount of spiritual energy in his body far exceeded that of an ancient martial art practitioner at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. This time, after obtaining the training of Qi formula, the value of spiritual energy could be put to good use, causing his ability to be greatly improved. Perhaps I can also walk on air now. Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he walked out of the cave. Then, he pushed off with both his feet and his entire body soared 100 zhang into the air. Spirit Qi kept gushing out from the soles of his feet. However, he had only flown for a few li when he felt that the spirit Qi within his body was being consumed too quickly. So, he immediately chose to land on the ground. The difference between the 6th and 8th level of Qi shouldn't be too big. At least in terms of flying, the difference should be small. It seems like I didn't find the right method, which is why I'm so tired. It's a shame that these 3 people didn't have any other techniques left on them. Ning Qi sighed, but on second thought, the benefits he had gained this time were not bad. At least his true Qi had turned into spiritual Qi and he had entered the path of cultivation. If I use spirit Qi to execute martial skills, it might be a completely different scene. Ning Qi's heart moved, and he suddenly threw a punch in the distance. Vaguely, a blazing sun could be seen flashing behind Ning Qi. A fist imprint made of spiritual Qi instantly broke through the air and hit a big tree hundreds of meters away. However, the attack did not stop there. This fist mark was like a rampaging monster, turning everything within a radius of several zhang behind the tree into ashes. Not bad. Ning Qi's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The power of the blazing sun fist was much stronger than the 5 thunder talisman that the female cultivator had just activated. Logically speaking, martial skills should not have this kind of power. However, Ning Qi had pointed the blazing sun fist to the 40th level, which might be one of the reasons why its power had changed. This made the blazing sun fist, when combined with spiritual Qi, more powerful than the 5 thunder talisman of the immortal sex. Of course, there might be another reason. The 5 thunder talisman was only an ordinary technique in the immortal sex. At that time, the female cultivator was at most at the 4th level of Qi refinement, which was a far cry from Ning Qi's current cultivation. Ning Qi glanced at the attribute panel, and his eyes suddenly froze. A plus sign appeared behind the blazing sun fist, which could no longer be pointed upwards. However, the Qi condensation manual was still the same as before. Could it be that the improvement of my cultivation has given rise to the possibility of improving a technique like the blazing sun fist? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of thought. Apart from this explanation, there should be no other explanation. It was a pity that he did not have spirit Qi now, otherwise he would like to see to what extent the blazing sun fist could be improved. Ning Qi found a lake and took a bath. Because of the 5 thunder talisman, Ning Qi was now naked. He had no other choice. Fortunately, he was only 5 years old, so it would not be too embarrassing to go back like this. Yanqing City. Ning Qi walked on the street, and from time to time, passers-by looked in his direction, but there was nothing strange. There was also a large group of naked children in the corner of the street. They were dirty and had snot hanging from their noses. At this moment, a carriage came from the side, and a small head poked out of the window, looking at Ning Qi in shock. "Brother Ning Xian, why are you naked?" "Huang Xian?" Ning Qi was a little surprised to see an acquaintance here. Sure enough, there was another head next to Huang Xian. Master Huang looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. "Ning Xian, where are your clothes? I just went to play in the mountains and lost them." Ning Qi smiled. "Come on, get in the carriage. I'll take you back to find clothes for you." Master Huang waved his hand. Seeing this, Ning Qi hesitated for a moment, then directly jumped into the carriage. The coachman's eyes lit up. "Young Master Xian, you are very skillful." The height of the carriage was much higher than Ning Qi's. Even if an ordinary person wanted to get in, they would have to step on a stool. Ning Qi directly jumped up. The coachman was a martial artist, so how could he not see the trick? In the carriage, seeing Ning Qi like this, Master Huang couldn't help but take off his coat and put it on him. After returning to the Huang mansion, Master Huang found a suitable suit for Ning Qi. "Now that I think about it, seeing you like this today, you look like a child." Master Huang couldn't help but sigh. "That's because you don't know that I killed 3 people from the gate of heaven." Ning Qi smiled and changed the topic. "Master Huang, do you still have antiques in your mansion?" "Antiques? No, you've seen all of them. Speaking of which, the one I gave you last time." Master Huang's face showed a strange expression. "In fact, it's useless for me to take it. When I return to the Ning mansion, I'll order someone to send it here." Ning Qi smiled. Master Huang immediately nodded with a smile. "You're quite easy to talk to. When the time comes, I will give you something else as compensation. This item is something that my female sect really wants to take a look at. It will be difficult for her." "I understand." Ning Qi nodded. After chatting for a while, Ning Qi was sent back to the Ning mansion by Master Huang. As soon as he stepped into the door, the master of the Ning family came to the gate with a livid face and a group of martial artists. Chapter 4272. Suddenly, Ning Qi stopped and turned around. He saw the master of the Ning family and the others returning in a sorry state. Everyone was stained with blood. It seems that the acquisition of the Zhuoqiu family's property didn't go well. Ning Qi thought. "Xian, what are you doing here?" The head of the Ning family saw Ning Qi staring straight at them. His face changed slightly and a blush flashed across his old face. Then he asked in a rough voice, "Oh, I just came back from the Huang family." Ning Qi cupped his hands in salute. "Did old Huang call you over again? I'm afraid he wants you to be his son-in-law even in his dreams. What do you think of Huang Xian?" The master of the Ning family asked in surprise. "What do I think? She's too young." Ning Qi shook his head. "You're right. You're too young. But if you're interested, you can nurture your relationship from a young age. But it's impossible for the Huang family to make you their son-in-law so easily. They have to get through me first," the master of the Ning family said. After a pause, he turned to the Ning family martial artists behind him and said, "Disperse. If you are injured, treat your injuries. If you are sick, I will inform the accountant. You can go and collect your own silver." "Yes, master," everyone said in unison and dispersed in all directions. Ning Qi couldn't help but ask, ambushed. "Not really. I just didn't expect the Zhuoqiu family to have business dealings with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Their largest business is a part of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. After we occupied it, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion attacked us. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I'm afraid we would have all died there." The master of the Ning family was ashamed and angry. Then he seemed to think of something. He looked at Ning Qi and shook his head. "Don't ask about this. Go back to your yard." The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion? Ning Qi's eyes lit up as if he hadn't heard the master of the Ning family. This sect seemed to be very rich. They must have many precious antiques. Ning Qi asked directly, Master, is the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion an immortal sect? How could it be an immortal sect? If it was an immortal sect, would I still be able to return? The leader of the Ning family snorted and said, You don't need to know about the Jianghu so early. You should be like a normal kid and not worry too much. This is our business. Since I'm at the 10th tier of the physical body realm, it would be beneficial for me to learn about the affairs of the pugilistic world earlier. Ning Qi smiled. That's true, and I seem to have broken through again. Another breakthrough? The Ning clan's clan leader stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. You have broken through to the embryonic breathing realm? That's impossible. Our Ning clan's qi condensation manual can't even reach the embryonic breathing realm. Maybe it's because of my special physique and spirit root. In any case, I've broken through. If the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion isn't strong, we can take them down together. Ning Qi smiled. He was now in the 6th layer of the qi refining realm, and had long since surpassed the limits of mortals. Not to mention the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm, even the people from the immortal sects would be killed. Just like Venerable Ziyang, who was in the 8th layer of the qi refining realm and was only 2 layers higher than him. If he was hit by the scorching sun fist without any preparation, he would also die. Wait, I'm a little confused. The Ning clan's clan leader could not help but rub his face. After a while, a lazy person was listening. In the hall, apart from Ning Qi, Ning Shiran, Ning Zishu, and the Ning clan's clan leader, there was no one else in the hall. Even the guards at the door had been ordered by the Ning clan's clan leader to stand guard in the distance. Father, you said that Ning Xian is already in the embryonic breathing realm? Ning Shiran looked at Ning Xian in shock. Ning Zishu said directly, Impossible. Xian said it himself. The Ning clan's clan leader had a strange expression. His gaze fell on Ning Qi. Xian, why do you think you're already in the embryonic breathing realm? Vital energy can come out of the body. Isn't that the embryonic breathing realm? Ning Qi said with a smile. You can really come out of the body with vital energy? Ning Zishu looked at Ning Qi in shock. You and I just came back from Tasha City not long ago. How could you have broken through? Moreover, our Ning clan's qi condensation manual. Maybe it's because Xian has spiritual roots. No one knows what it will be like to have spiritual roots and then practice martial arts. The Ning clan's clan leader said in a low voice, Xian, why don't you show us your vital energy coming out of the body so that we can see what level your cultivation is at? Ning Qi nodded slightly. He looked at the vase not far away and raised his hand to punch it. He only used 1% of his strength. A fist mark pierced through the air and smashed the vase with a bang. The Ning clan's clan leader's expression suddenly changed. It was as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. This was a 300-year-old celadone that he had just collected some time ago. But even though he was heartbroken, Ning Qi's move was enough to prove that he had already stepped into the embryonic breathing realm. Ning Shiran and Ning Zishu looked at each other, wondering if they were dreaming. Someone heard the commotion and hurried over. He had just poked his head out of the door when the Ning clan's clan leader shouted, Who asked you to come here? Yes, the person who came left hurriedly. Xian, although I don't know how you advanced into the embryonic breathing realm, can you not use these antiques to test your skills next time? They are very expensive. The Ning clan's clan leader gently touched his heart and said slowly. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a strange expression. He never knew that this vase was also an antique, because it did not have any spiritual energy. Ning Qi thought it was just an ordinary decoration. He did not expect it to be a fake that the Ning clan's clan leader had bought. That's great, the heavens have blessed our Ning mansion. Xian is only 5 years old and has already become an embryonic breathing realm martial arts practitioner. If he is given another 10 years, won't he reach the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm? There are less than 10 great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm martial arts grandmasters in our Xian country. Ning Shiran's face revealed a look of excitement and looked directly at the Ning clan's clan leader. Father, Xian is already in the embryonic breathing realm. We can start carrying out many of our plans. Is it your turn to make decisions in the Ning mansion? The Ning clan's clan leader looked at Ning Shiran and snorted coldly. Hearing that, Ning Shiran laughed awkwardly and immediately shut his mouth. Xian is going to the Grand Development Sect. Now that he is in the embryonic breathing realm, the sect leader of the Grand Development Sect will definitely take him in as a personal disciple and teach him carefully. If anything goes wrong during this period, can you bear the responsibility? The Ning clan's clan leader looked at Ning Shiran and said, I can't bear the responsibility, Ning Shiran said embarrassedly. Master, I think we can solve the multi-treasure pavilion's problem first. Speaking of which, is the multi-treasure pavilion very rich? Why did they take such a name? Ning Qi smiled and said, The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's predecessor was the Bountiful Treasures Chamber of Commerce. It was a merchant family. Later, a genius appeared in the family and learned martial art. Thus, he founded the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. In our Xian nation, the wealth of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is comparable to 10 cities. The Ning clan's clan leader said, The spiritual energy value is settled. Chapter 4273. According to the Ning family head's description, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion would definitely have a large pile of rare treasures. These treasures should have the spiritual energy value that Ning Qi needed. Master, there's no time to lose. Let's head to the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Ning Qi smiled. To the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion? There are strong practitioners with great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm in the Pavilion of Bountiful Treasures. Behind them, there are also people from the Immortal Sect supporting them. You must not have this idea. Stay in the mansion obediently. I will send you to the Great Development Gate immediately. The head of the Ning family waved his hand. Dad, does the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion have an Immortal Sect background? Ning Shiran was shocked. Even the Seven Swords Sect has an Immortal Sect background. How could the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion not have one? But don't worry, they at most have a member of the Immortal Sect behind them, and they have nothing to do with the Immortal Sect. The leader of the Ning family said, The Purple Pure Palace is considered an outstanding sect among the celestial sects of the Xian nation. If we really fight them, we don't have to be afraid of them. With that, the Ning clan's clan leader looked Ning Qi up and down and warned, Although you are already an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner, without my permission, don't run around during this period of time. At this moment, Ning Zishu, who had been staring at the vase thoughtfully, suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Qi with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Ning Xian, did you sneak out of the inn in the middle of the night when we were together? What? The head of the Ning family glanced at Ning Zishu. Ning Xian's punch seemed to carry a trace of the aura of flames. This caused me to recall that day in Tasha City. A manager of the Zhuoqiu clan was killed by a single punch from an expert in broad daylight, and his entire body was even set ablaze with raging flames. At that time, we weren't far away from him. Ning Zishu looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Did you do it? Ning Qi smiled. I obtained a set of martial arts technique from Zhuoqiu's family. It's called the Blazing Sun Fist, and I just happened to test the power of this fist technique. Everyone was silent for a while, then they all stared at Ning Qi. 10 breaths later, they could tell that Ning Qi wasn't joking. In that case, didn't that mean that even Zhuoqiu Wanzhong and the others had been killed by Ning Qi? You were the one who killed Zhuoqiu Wanzhong? The head of the Ning family said with a strange expression. He is an enemy of our Ning mansion. Naturally, we have to kill him as soon as possible. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. You stayed in the same room with him, and you didn't even notice that he left? Ning Shuran subconsciously looked at Ning Zishu. Ning Zishu's face flushed red as he said, "He is in the embryonic breathing realm, and he is so mischievous. He is very scheming. If he really wanted to sneak out, how could I find out?" "That's true." Ning Shiran nodded slightly, then looked at Ning Qi with brighter eyes. "Ning Xian, although you are young, you are so experienced in handling things. In the future, Yan Qing and Yan Dong will be members of the Immortal Sect and won't have time to take care of the Ning Mansion. Do a good job. When you grow up, I will let you." Ning Shuran suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She immediately shut her mouth after she realized what was going on. "I'm not dead yet. Do you think it's your turn to make decisions in the Ning Mansion?" The head of the Ning family said lightly. "Father, I'm just preparing for a rainy day." Ning Shuran laughed in a low voice. "Humph." The head of the Ning family snorted coldly, then looked at Ning Qi. "Did you really kill Zhuqiu Wanzhong?" "Not only did I kill him, but I also overheard their conversation. The Zhuqiu family suddenly attacked our Green Summit town's jade mine because they received instructions from the Seven Swords sect." Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he continued, "As for the Scorching Sun Fist, I can write it down from memory. It will be our Ning family's inherited technique." The head of the Ning family and the other two were in disbelief. It was only after Ning Qi had written down the Scorching Sun Fist chant that the three of them confirmed that Zhuqiu Wanzhong had indeed been killed by Ning Qi. "I don't think there is a need to give in to the store of bountiful treasures. We can't let the Zhuqiu family's biggest trading company fall into their hands. We have to avenge them," Ning Qi said to the head of the Ning family after he had finished writing down the Scorching Sun Fist. "Father, Ning Xian is right. We should head to Tao Sha City now and make a comeback. This time, you and the warriors of the Ning Mansion were injured by them. We must avenge them." Ning Shiran made a prompt decision. Ning Zishu's face lit up with fighting spirit as he looked at the head of the Ning family. "I'll think about it for 2 days." The head of the Ning family held the Scorching Sun Fist chant and fell into deep thought. In less than half a day, the head of the Ning family made a decision. This time, he brought Ning Qi along. Tao Sha City. The Zhuqiu Trading Company. Ever since Zhuqiu Wanzhong's death, the Zhuqiu family had been torn apart. The people sent by the store of bountiful treasures had completely taken over the Zhuqiu Trading Company. The store of bountiful treasures did not actually have a lot of shares in the Zhuqiu Trading Company. Logically, it should not have been their turn to take over. However, the trading company had already fallen into the hands of the head of the Ning family. The people of the Zhuqiu family had long been chased out. After the store of bountiful treasures was taken over, it was only logical that the store of bountiful treasures would take over. A chubby middle-aged man who looked like a minister counselor was standing at the entrance of the shop with a smile on his face. Behind him were 2 well-built martial artists who emitted an aura no weaker than the 9th level of the physical body realm. It's a pity that the old man from Yanqing City ran away quickly. Otherwise, we could have taken advantage of the situation and made him stay. "Shopkeeper, we fell into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain." The 2 warriors hurriedly lowered their heads and said, "Your cultivation is high, but your brains are too straightforward. When facing that old man, you should use your brains. You can't just rely on brute force," the minister counselor said with a smile. The minister counselor said with a smile. In the store of bountiful treasures, he had previously been an insignificant character. But this time, because he was the closest to Tao Sha City, he had been transferred here to take over the Zhuqiu family's trading company. This trading company was the largest in Tao Sha City. It had a complete range of goods, and business was booming. Every month, the gross profit was at least 100,000 taels of silver. Compared to the shop he had managed previously, the profit had increased by more than 10 times. As long as he could get some profit from this, he would have enough hope of advancing to the early stage of the embryonic breathing realm. At this moment, a figure suddenly approached from afar and appeared in front of the minister-counselor. He knelt on one knee and said, "Shopkeeper, someone saw that person from the Ning family bringing people into Tao Sha City again. What? He still dares to come? Does he really think that our store of bountiful treasures has been doing business for so many years that we are more amiable and dare not kill him?" A cold smile flashed in the minister-counselor's eyes. "Pass down the order. We have to receive them well." Yes. The head of the Ning family did not bring too many people this time. Ning Shuran was left behind to guard the house. He only brought Ning Zishu, Ning Qi, and a dozen warriors from the Ning mansion. "Father, we might have been discovered when we entered the city." Ning Zishu glanced at a few sneaky figures not far away and said in a low voice, "No matter." Chapter 4274. Zhuoqiu Trading Company. This is it. Ning Xian rode a horse alone. In the eyes of the Ning clan master and the rest, he was an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner and qualified to ride alone. Ning Zishu didn't want to bring Ning Xian along as it would feel weird. Seeing the signboard not far away, Ning Qi smiled. Since it was a trading company, there should be many antiques with spiritual energy. They could use this as a springboard to attack the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Ning Zishu scanned the surroundings from time to time. As they neared the Zhuoqiu Trading Company, there seemed to be fewer passers-by. There were more spying gazes. He guessed that the other party had arranged for many experts to guard this place, waiting for them to come and catch them all in one fell swoop. We can only rely on Ning Xian. Ning Zishu glanced at Ning Xian's back. Soon, the crowd led by the Ning clan master finally arrived at the entrance of the Zhuoqiu Trading Company. The passers-by on the street had disappeared. Both ends of the street were sealed off, so the passers-by could only look up curiously. The entire street has been sealed off. It looks like they intend to kill. The Ning clan master said plainly. At the same time, Constable Shangguan, whom Ning Qi and Ning Zishu had met before, hurried over with her subordinates. When she saw that the street had been sealed off, she immediately shouted, "Constable Shangguan, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is handling matters. Don't be a busybody." The ancient martial art practitioners who sealed off the street were not afraid of her identity as a constable. Although this kind of constable worked for the imperial court, she was from the famous Bountiful Treasures Pavilion in Xian Nation and had the support of an immortal sect, so there was no need to be afraid of her. Moreover, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and the chief constable of Tao Sha City had already informed them. Tao Sha City would only turn a blind eye to the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's matters. Even the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion can't act recklessly in broad daylight. You have sealed off the street. Are you planning to kill people? Constable Shangguan was a little angry. Guards, take them down. Her subordinates looked at each other. In the end, no one stepped forward. One of the constables even said in a low voice, "Constable Shangguan, the chief constable has instructed us not to interfere in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's matters. I think we'd better leave and wait for them to settle the matter before we come back." Constable Shangguan was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. There was a hint of disappointment in his stern gaze. Since when did we, the constables, become servants who clean up after others? Constable Shangguan, forget it, a few of the bailiffs whispered. Constable Shangguan, did you see that? The matters of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion are not something a lowly constable like you can handle. The martial artist from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, who had sealed off the street, said with a faint smile. All right, then I won't interfere. However, I'll be watching from here. I'll remember everything you've done in Tao San City and report it to the Lord Master. Constable Shangguan snorted coldly. Then let's see how our bountiful treasures pavilion handles this matter. The other party smiled. As for Lord Master, he just had a meal with our bountiful treasures pavilion's protector Shintu some time ago. Shangguan Yu frowned deeply and her expression turned ugly. She hadn't expected the store of bountiful treasures to have such a wide network. It didn't seem like the other party was bragging. If even Lord Master was related to the store of bountiful treasures, then she really had no way to deal with the store of bountiful treasures. Thinking of this, Shangguan Yu didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked over at the Zhuoqiu Trading Company. It's the two of them? Shangguan Yu recognized Ning Qi and Ning Zixu, and her expression became slightly strange. Ning Huizhu, the head of the Ning family in Yanqing City, 7th tier of the physical body realm. A fat figure walked out of the Zhuoqiu Trading Company and smiled at the head of the Ning family as he walked. After he appeared, dozens of figures appeared around Ning Qi and the others. Each of them held a weapon in their hand and looked at Ning Qi and the others coldly. You seem to know me well. Then do you know that 2 of the Ning family's boys have entered the Purple Pure Palace? The head of the Ning family smiled. Someone from your family has entered the Purple Pure Palace? The fat man who looked like a minister counselor was slightly stunned. Then, he frowned deeply. Why didn't you make it clear last time? If that's really the case, you don't have to go back injured for the sake of the Purple Pure Palace. This was a little troublesome. He didn't think that the other side had someone cultivating in the Immortal Sect. But it seemed that they had just entered the Immortal Sect not long ago and hadn't matured yet. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion wouldn't be afraid of such a character. After all, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion had the support of a real cultivator from the Immortal Sect. But naturally, it was best not to offend them. But if they really offended them, kill them all, then destroy the Ning family, and cut off the cultivation resources of the Ning family's disciples in the Immortal Sect. Then they naturally won't be able to cultivate to a high level, and there's nothing to be afraid of. The minister-counselor instantly figured out how to deal with this matter, and a faint trace of mockery suddenly surged in his eyes. His idea actually coincided with that of the Seven Swords sect. The other side also wanted to cut off the cultivation resources of Ning Yanqing and Ning Zixu in the Purple Pure Palace, and then let the Zhuoqiu family attack the Green Peak Town Jade Mine. This was a method of besieging the besiegers to rescue the besiegers. But if it really succeeded, the effect of this method was extremely good. Without the support of the Ning family, Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong's cultivation path would become very bumpy. Last time you attacked as soon as you came, I didn't have time to say anything, the head of the Ning family said lightly. Then there's no need to say anything this time. The minister-counselor smiled and turned to leave. A few breaths later, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere seemed too quiet. The people on both sides of the street, including Shangguan Yu, saw a shocking scene. When the group of martial art practitioners at the 6th to 9th tier of the physical body realm attacked, they were instantly slapped to death by a thin and small figure. That figure was too fast. Only when he landed on his horse again did everyone see his appearance clearly. What followed was a series of gasps. How is this possible? Shangguan Yu stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. She dared to guarantee that the other party was only 5 or 6 years old, but his movement technique just now was like a ghost, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to follow, and in an instant, he had killed all the surrounding martial artists. Not far from her, the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion cultivator responsible for sealing off the street also saw this scene. He revealed a similarly shocked expression. I told you to kill them. The minister-counselor turned around and shouted angrily, but his voice stopped abruptly. The martial artists he had arranged were all lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Xian, the master of the Ning family's attention was not on him, but on Ning Qi. Chapter 4275. It's time to take him down. Ning Qi pursed his lips at the minister counselor. The master of the Ning family immediately reacted and leaped from his horse, pouncing towards him. He was an ancient martial art practitioner of the 7th tier of the physical body realm. Although he was older, his qi and blood were still strong. As he circulated his qi, his body emitted a faint heat wave. However, the minister counselor's martial arts cultivation was also very high. He was an ancient martial art practitioner of the 10th tier of the physical body realm. When he saw the master of the Ning family attack, he didn't have the time to wonder why all his subordinates had died. He instinctively wanted to counterattack. But at this moment, Ning Qi punched out from his horse. The terrifying fist landed on the minister counselor, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His knees weakened and he knelt on the ground. He was seized by the master of the Ning family. The disciples of the store of many treasures on both sides of the street looked at each other. The next moment they turned around and blended into the crowd, disappearing into the crowd. Chase! Ning Zishu shouted. Second uncle, don't chase them. Let them go back to report. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone was about to move, but after hearing Ning Qi's words, they immediately stopped. Subconsciously, they felt that Ning Qi's words carried more weight than Ning Zishu's. After all, this was the Ning family's first ancient martial art practitioner of the embryonic breathing realm, and he was still so young. Almost everyone could conclude that in another 10 years, Ning Qi's cultivation would be at the top in Xian Nation. He defeated the Zhuoqiu Trading Company just like that? Ning Zishu's expression was strange. He had finally experienced what it felt like to crush others with his strength. At the same time, Shangguan Yu looked at Ning Qi in a daze. After the shock in her eyes faded, she thought of something with a serious expression. That day, was he the one who killed the Zhuoqiu family's executor on the street? If so, Zhuoqiu Wanzhong and the others. I'm afraid they died at his hands. This guy. Is he a human or a demon? Constable Shangguan, what should we do? Shangguan Yu's subordinates looked at each other. The scene just now had truly shocked them. They had never imagined that the famous store of many treasures in Xian Nation would be defeated by an inconspicuous small family in Yanqing City. Although this wasn't the true strength of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, it was still enough to shock the constables. To them, the scene just now was like a fight between immortals. They didn't know how to end the fight until now. Logically speaking, they should help the store of Bountiful Treasures. After all, the chief of detectives had told them that everyone could get some silver from the store of Bountiful Treasures every month. But logic was logic and facts were facts. The group of constables did not respond, but looked at Ning Qi. This time, they were closer and could clearly see that Ning Qi was just an ordinary child, not a dwarf like the rumors said. But the more it was so, the more they felt a chill in their hearts. The body is indeed not suitable to be exposed to the sun on the street. Please take it away. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yes. You're too kind, it's what we should do. The constables had a fawning look on their faces, and they worked hard to pull the body away. Shangguan Yu could not help but frown, and he cursed in his heart. This group of people only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Other than the matter of the body, I have something to tell you. After all, this is Tasha City, and there are many innocent people in the city. Since you are all from Jianghu, if there is any vendetta, I hope you will not implicate the innocent people. Shangguan Yu cupped his fists and said, Of course we know. We will definitely not make things difficult for Constable Shangguan. Ning Zishu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The other party was indeed sensible and did not forcefully blame them. In this way, the Ning clan could save a lot of effort. I just saw little brother's genuine qi permeating his body. Little brother, are you an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner? Shangguan Yu spoke again. She thought for a long time and decided to address Ningqi as little brother. Xian is indeed an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner. There is nothing to hide. He is the heaven's son of martial arts of our Ning mansion. Ning Zishu could not help but laugh. Speaking of which, I taught him martial arts, but now he has surpassed me. To have such a cultivation after practicing martial arts for only 1 or 2 years. He is indeed a heaven's son of heaven, Shangguan Yu sighed subconsciously. 1 or 2 years. Xian has practiced martial arts for less than a month. Ning Zishu smiled. Less than a month? Shangguan Yu's gaze changed slightly, and then he gasped inwardly. Chapter 4276. Shangguan Yu didn't really believe Ning Zishu, but, from Ning Zishu's expression, she realized that he might not be bluffing. If it's only been less than a month, how terrifying is this little guy's martial arts talent? Shangguan Yu couldn't help but look at Ningqi. But Ningqi had already followed the master of the Ning family into the Zhuoqiu Trading Company. The Zhuoqiu Trading Company was very large. After asking about the antique warehouse, Ningqi went straight there. The master of the Ning family arranged for a Ning mansion martial artist to follow Ningqi. The Ning mansion martial artist found it strange that Ningqi had such a hobby. "Open the door," Ningqi said to the guard in front of the antique warehouse. The man should be a martial artist from the multi-treasure pavilion. After seeing Ningqi and the Ning mansion martial artist behind him, the fear on his face disappeared and was replaced by a hideous smile. A little kid and a martial artist in the 4th level of the human body realm? Ningqi frowned and raised his hand to punch. In an instant, the other party was hit by the scorching sun fist, smashing through the door behind him. After that, he fell to the ground. With a bang, flames burst out and instantly burned him to ashes. Seeing this, the Ning mansion warrior could not help but look at Ningqi with awe in his eyes. The warehouse was filled with all kinds of antique. Ningqi could sense the existence of spiritual energy even before he got close to them. The quality here is much better than the auction house in Yanqing City, Ningqi said in his heart. Then he walked past the antiques one by one as if he was patrolling. Aura value plus 5, aura value plus 8, aura value plus 1, aura value plus 20, aura value plus 16. The aura value in the attribute panel kept rising. When he finished one round, he glanced at the attribute panel and found that the aura value had exceeded 300 points. 300 points of aura value can increase my cultivation by 3 levels. Does it mean that my cultivation will soon surpass that of a perfected being? Ningqi's expression was quite strange. The Buddha bead between his eyebrows should be the carrier of the system. Its function in the world of the living was completely different from that in the world of Yin. It seemed to be more convenient. Young Master Ningxian, should we ask someone to pack these antiques and take them back to Yanqing City? The Ning mansion martial artist asked. What's your name? Ningqi asked. I am Ning Chuanzi. The other party quickly cupped his fists and said. Ningqi nodded slightly. I'll let you deal with these antiques as you see fit. They're useless to me now. With that, Ningqi turned around and left. Ning Chuanzi was slightly startled, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Ningqi had clearly come straight to this place just now. Why did he just take a look around and leave without even trying? After Ningqi met up with the head of the Ning family again, the latter suddenly asked, Do you like the antiques here? The quality is not bad. It should be able to sell for a good price. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Scale literature. Although the aura value had been cleared by him, the nature of the antiques had not changed, and they could still be sold. They were not like the black ball that was suspected to be a sword pill. Once the spiritual energy value of that thing disappeared, it would become completely useless and useless. Master, second uncle, let's stay here for the time being. We'll wait for the people from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to come and negotiate. We'll see how to deal with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Ning Qi said. That's fine too. Are you confident? The Ning family's patriarch said solemnly. Very confident, Ning Qi said. Shangguan Yu had been there the whole time. After hearing the conversation between Ning Qi and the Ning family's patriarch, her expression became more and more strange. She had just learned from Ning Zishu that Ning Qi was a well-known child prodigy in Yanqing City. It seemed that it was true. No matter what he said or what he did not look like a 5-year-old. She even had a feeling that she was facing an adult in the skin of a 5-year-old. However, this thought only flashed in her mind for a moment before disappearing. Shangguan Yu laughed at herself in her heart. How could there be such a person in the world? She was thinking too much. Next, Ning Qi got a room of his own. However, the Ning family's patriarch still sent Ning Chuanzi to serve Ning Qi. When Ning Qi stayed in the room, Ning Chuanzi would guard the door. Ning Qi used up all 300 points of aura value in one go. His cultivation also soared from the 6th level of Qi training all the way to the 9th level of Qi training, and the aura in his body skyrocketed several times. Now, even if I don't have the method to ride on the clouds, I can still fly for a short period of time. At the same time, in the magistrate's office of Tasha City, when Chief Constable Lu Shaoxing learned about what happened at the Zhuoqiu Trading Company, his expression immediately became extremely solemn. Did you see that kid fight with your own eyes? Lu Shaoxing looked at the constable in front of him with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice. I really saw it with my own eyes. That kid's martial arts cultivation is extremely high. I only saw him move a few times, and he killed all the martial artists of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. The constable hurriedly said. Doesn't the Ning family of Yanqing City only have martial artists of the 7th level of physical body realm? When did such a strange existence appear? Lu Xiaoxing's expression was gloomy. Chief Constable, what do you think we should do now? What should we do? Naturally, wait for instructions from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. If the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion suffers this loss but doesn't come looking for revenge, then you have to be respectful to the Ning family in the future and don't offend them. If the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion sends people to seek revenge, we'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We'll only be responsible for collecting the corpses and not scaring the people. As for the rest, let them settle it themselves, Lu Shaoxing said. I think so too. Sir is wise. The constable looked at Lu Shaoxing with a hint of admiration. Don't flatter me. Tell Shangguan Yu to keep an eye on the Ning family for a few days. If there's any movement, I want to know immediately. Lu Shaoxing said. Sir, don't worry. I understand. A few days later, Ning Qi collected some antiques from all over the place and absorbed spiritual qi. He successfully raised his cultivation to the 10th level of qi refinement. The 10th level of qi refinement should be the peak of this realm. However, the plus sign on the attribute panel still exists. It seems that as long as there is spiritual qi, I can still keep improving like the Qi Condensation Manual and the Blazing Sun Fist. In order to verify this, Ning Qi once again found a way to absorb some spiritual qi from Tasha City. It took him 3 days to accumulate 100 spiritual qi points. In the end, he found that the plus sign was gray and could not be clicked. Can't be clicked, which means I don't have enough spiritual qi points. Could it be that this plus sign represents the next realm, Foundation Establishment? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. If that was really the case, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation techniques in a short period of time. At that time, those people from the immortal sects had said that there was a great Foundation Establishment cultivator in the Purple Pure Palace, and the Zhenren was his disciple. This meant that in Xian Nation, the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment should be the top in the immortal sects. As for Ning Qi, as long as he gathered enough spiritual qi points, he could directly advance to the Foundation establishment. The error-free chapter of The Strongest Dragon Slayer System will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. Please collect if you like The Strongest Dragon Slayer System. The Strongest Dragon Slayer System. Chapter 4277. Xian Nation, Chilean Mountains. This was where the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's headquarters were located. Several mountains were filled with buildings. Even if the officials wanted to enter, they had to inform the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion first. Ordinary people could not even think of entering this place. A middle-aged martial arts practitioner ran to the foot of the mountain with a frightened expression. The martial arts practitioner guarding the mountain saw him and immediately smiled. Wu Lao-san, why are you running in such a panic? Did you meet an enemy? Did they chase you all the way to our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion? Shopkeeper Tao has been captured. Wu Lao-san immediately shouted, "Make way quickly. I have to report this matter to the hall leader immediately." Shopkeeper Tao? Oh, it's him. Who captured him? Does someone really dare to make a move against our shopkeeper? The disciples guarding the mountain were slightly stunned. They looked at each other with curiosity in their eyes. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was divided into the outer hall and the inner hall. The outer hall was in charge of various profitable industries. Those who could become shopkeepers were basically martial arts practitioners at the 10th tier of the physical body realm and were extremely proficient in the way of business. There were not many such talents in the outer hall. The inner hall was the core of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. The martial arts practitioners of the inner hall would not go out to the streets to do business. The only thing they did was to practice martial arts and learn fighting techniques every day. If the world was at peace, they would basically stay in the inner hall and rarely go out. Most of the martial arts practitioners of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion seen in the outside world basically belonged to the outer hall. People from the Ning clan of Yanqing City. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Wu Lao-san snorted coldly. He passed the group of disciples guarding the mountain and hurried up the mountain. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of the outer hall. After arriving here, Wu Lao-san's footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Everyone knew that although Sun Qilong, the head of the outer clan, was always smiling like a minister counselor who was good at business, his martial arts cultivation was extremely high. He had long reached the intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm, and his crimson fiend palm was also famous in the Jianghu. The most important thing was that Sun Qilong's temper was not very good. However, when he was angry, he would not let others know. He would only play some dirty tricks behind people's back. Therefore, the martial arts practitioners of the outer hall were very afraid of Sun Qilong. Wu Lao-san, why didn't you follow shopkeeper Tao back to the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion? At the entrance of the hall, an old man looked at old Wu-san indifferently and said, "Deacon Chen, if this chapter is not finished, please turn the page." During this period of time, shopkeeper Tao had gone to Tao Sha City to take over the Zhuoqiu trading company left behind by the Zhuoqiu family. He had also chased away the Ning family's patriarch and the others from Yanqing City's Ning residence. Who would have thought that they would actually bring along a child with extremely strong martial arts cultivation? Now, our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's martial artists are either dead or have escaped. Shopkeeper Tao has even been captured alive. Third brother Wu hastily said, "I'm a smart one, so I didn't get caught by them. As soon as I escaped from Tao Sha City, I rushed back to the sect to report this matter." Yanqing City? I remember that the three great clans of this city, the Ning, Huang, and Lin clans, only have martial artists at the 7th tier of the physical body realm. They randomly found a child and beat you up so badly that you even lost the shopkeeper? The old man smiled, and his eyes gradually became stern. You're already here, and you still won't tell me the truth? Do you want me to send you to the law enforcement hall? Deacon Chen, what I said is the truth. If there's any falsehood in my words, may I be struck by lightning. Third Brother Wu was dumbfounded. Then, he immediately patted his chest and swore, his expression extremely agitated. The old man called Deacon Chen could not help but frown slightly. You said that they found a child. How strong is that fellow's cultivation? Extremely strong. He must be at the embryonic breathing realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill more than 10 of our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's martial artists in an instant. Even shopkeeper Tao couldn't withstand a punch from him. When I saw this scene from afar, I was extremely shocked. Third Brother Wu said, Child? Embryonic breathing realm? I really don't know if I should believe what you said. How about this, you wait here. I'll pass the message to the hall master and see how he will deal with it. Deacon Chen frowned. After saying this, he turned around and left. At this moment, the nearby martial artists dared to approach Third Brother Wu and ask him about the whole story. After a while, the group of martial artists all revealed looks of disbelief. Third Brother Wu, you said that the child is at most 5 years old? Then, even if he started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb, it would be impossible for him to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. Did you see wrongly? I know that some people are born with short stature. Maybe he's a short person? I'm definitely not wrong. It's a 5 or 6-year-old child. His martial arts cultivation is extremely terrifying. If you guys are sent to Tao Sha City this time, you'll definitely be able to see it for yourself. Third Brother Wu concluded. He was extremely confident in his judgment. If this chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. He was confident. After a while, Deacon Chen walked over slowly. Behind him, an expressionless young man followed. The young man carried a long saber on his back. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly. Senior Brother Nangong. After everyone saw the young man, they cupped their fists and bowed. A look of surprise flashed in their eyes. Could it be that Sun Qilong really believed Third Brother Wu's words and had actually specially found an inner hall martial arts fanatic? Nangong Huayu, in the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm, was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the inner hall. Although her status could not be compared to Sun Qilong's, everyone knew that in a few decades, Nangong Huayu would become a person with real power in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. By then, Sun Qilong would probably have died of old age. Hence, they were very respectful to Nangong Huayu. Martial niece Nangong, this time I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Tao Sha City with Third Brother Wu. Deacon Chen cupped his fists and smiled at Nangong Huayu. He was also in the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm, so he did not need to be as respectful as the others. However, when he spoke, he did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. I happen to be passing by Tao Sha City. It's nothing much. Nangong Huayu said plainly. Then, he looked at Third Brother Wu and said, You said that there's a 5 or 6-year-old martial arts strong practitioner in Tao Sha City? Yes. Third Brother Wu felt a strong sense of oppression from Nangong Huayu's eyes, so he quickly lowered his head and said, Regardless of whether you saw wrongly or you are lying to me, at least you have made me a little interested. Lead the way, I will make a trip to Tao Sha City with you. Nangong Huayu said plainly. Deacon Chen, shouldn't you send more people? Third Brother Wu was a little shocked and quickly looked at Deacon Chen. What a joke. The other party was most likely in the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm. If Nangong Huayu went alone to the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, it was not a sure thing. Martial niece Nangong alone is enough. However, you can send some people to Yanqing City's Ning residence to send a visiting card. Just say that we will be there as guests in a few days. Deacon Chen said with a smile. You think that it is not enough for me to go alone? Nangong Huayu looked plainly at third brother Wu. Third brother Wu felt a murderous intent in her words and quickly said, "Senior brother Nangong, don't misunderstand. Let's go to Tao Sha City now." End of this chapter. Chapter 4278. Within Tao Sha City. While waiting for the people from the Pavilion of Bountiful Treasures to arrive, Ning Qi and Ning Chuanzi practically traveled all over Tasha City. They even went to some of the private black markets and the mansions of the nobles in the city. With the reputation of the Ning Mansion and the events that had taken place in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, none of the wealthy people in Tao Sha City dared to stop Ning Qi. But fortunately, to their relief, Ning Qi only looked at the antiques in their house and didn't try to rob them. As a result, many wealthy people took the initiative to send invitations to Ning Qi, hoping that he would come to their house for a meal and take a look at their antique collection. Then, he let Ning Qi meet the little girl who was about the same age as Ning Qi. If they knew Ning Qi's true age, they would never have done this. "I've collected 500 points of spiritual energy, but I still can't add points. It seems that I need at least 1,000 points of spiritual energy to break through from the refinement stage to the laying foundation stage? 10 times more." Ning Qi frowned slightly. If the foundation establishment stage also increased tenfold, wouldn't it cost tens of thousands of spiritual energy points to upgrade one level? "I'm afraid that relying solely on the spiritual energy in antiques will not be enough in the future. If I can find an opportunity to enter an immortal sect, I might be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual energy." Ning Qi pondered. The thing that the head of the Huang family gave him last time, which was suspected to be a sword ball, was an item from the immortal sect. The value of the spiritual energy contained in it was extremely high. "Maybe I can absorb the spiritual energy in those magic treasures. Young Master Ning Xian, it seems that the people from the store of Bountiful Treasures are here. They are at the entrance of the trading firm." Ning Chuanzi's voice suddenly came from outside the room. "He's finally here." Ning Qi took a deep breath and got up to open the door. Ning Chuanzi's eyes revealed a trace of worry, but the worry gradually dissipated as soon as he saw Ning Qi. For some reason, he was now full of confidence in Ning Qi's methods. Even though he did not know what realm Ning Qi's martial arts cultivation had reached. "Let's go." Ning Qi smiled faintly. The signboard in front of the Zhuoqiu Trading Company had been replaced by the Ning Trading Company. "Senior brother Nangong, why don't we charge in? Isn't this giving the other party time to prepare?" Old Third Wu hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Nangong Huayu's back was facing Old Third Wu. She didn't turn her head, only saying lightly, "Our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion doesn't need such despicable methods as sneak attacks. It's good that the other party is prepared. Let them know that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's strength is not something that ordinary martial artists can challenge." After saying that, he looked at the two warriors of the Ning Mansion guarding the door of the trading company and said lightly, "I have given you time to inform them. Why haven't I seen the master of the Ning family after such a long time? And that 5 or 6-year-old martial arts powerhouse? We've already informed the patriarch. You'll see him soon." A warrior of the Ning Mansion took a deep breath and said bravely, "If it were in the past, how would the Ning family dare to clash head-on with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion? But it was different this time. They could vaguely feel that the Ning family's strength was constantly increasing because of Ning Qi's existence. Perhaps he could really wrestle with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. 10 breaths. If I don't see anyone in 10 breaths, I'll start killing my way in from here." Nangong Huayu said calmly. "There's no need for 10 breaths." The master of the Ning family walked out slowly with Ning Zishu and the others. Behind him, shopkeeper Tao was chained and escorted out by several warriors of the Ning Mansion. "You are the master of the Ning family in Yanqing City, Ning Huizu?" Nangong Huayu looked at the master of the Ning family indifferently. The master of the Ning family and the others were also looking at him. So young, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion actually sent such a young martial artist to visit? At this age, he should be about the same age as me, right? Ning Zishu was secretly surprised. But the breath of this person was many times stronger than his, making it hard for people to see through him. That's me. Little brother, who are you from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion? The master of the Ning family smiled. Nangong Huayu from the inner hall of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Nangong Huayu said lightly. Nangong Huayu? Shopkeeper Tao was originally ill. Because he was seriously injured by Ning Qi, he didn't get proper treatment, and his injury became worse these days. But after hearing Nangong Huayu's name, he suddenly raised his head, as if he had the last radiance of a setting sun. Then, excitement appeared in his eyes. Senior brother Nangong, you finally came. Shopkeeper Tao, don't worry. Senior brother Nangong is here today, and he will definitely save you from the fire. Third Old Wu said hurriedly. Ning Huizu, what else can you do now? Ha ha ha, senior brother Nangong is even a famous heaven's son of heaven in the inner hall. He is only 25 years old, and he is already at the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Shopkeeper Tao kept laughing coldly, and his eyes showed a touch of hatred. Is a 25-year-old at the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm very strong? A voice sounded behind Shopkeeper Tao. Shopkeeper Tao's body suddenly stiffened. Then, he slowly turned his neck and saw Ning Qi at a glance. It's you, a touch of fear flashed in Shopkeeper Tao's eyes, and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Since that day when he was seriously injured by Ning Qi, he had not seen Ning Qi again. These few days, when he was imprisoned in the room, he would recall the situation that day. He was still unwilling to believe that a child who looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old could have the ability to injure him with one blow. That was simply a demon. Xian is here, haha. The master of the Ning family could not help but laugh. It's him, it's him. Third Old Wu murmured behind Nangong Huayu. Nangong Huayu's eyes fell on Ning Qi and he frowned slightly. Does he really look like a 5 or 6-year-old child? He had seen midgets in Jianghu, and he knew what they looked like. The person in front of him was definitely not a midget. Bountiful Treasures Pavilion only sent you here? Ning Qi came to the front of the crowd, and looked at Nangong Huayu with a slightly strange look. Am I not a human? Third Old Wu murmured to himself. At the same time, the street was blocked again, but this time it was the constables of Tasha City. Shangguan Yu was also present at the moment. She had been watching the movements of Ning business, so she and the chief of detectives knew the moment Nangong Huayu arrived. Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is too arrogant this time, isn't it? Shangguan Yu could not help but frown slightly. Nangong Huayu looked really too young. Constable Shangguan, the chief of detectives has instructed that we should not help either side. A constable said in a low voice. I got it. Shangguan Yu nodded lightly, and then everyone's attention was focused on Nangong Huayu, Ning Qi, and the others. It's enough for me to come here alone. I heard that you are also at the early stage of embryonic breathing state? Nangong Huayu looked at Ning Qi, and his expression gradually became strange. The way he spoke did not sound like a child at all. Who told you that I am at the early stage of embryonic breathing state? Ning Qi laughed. Chapter 4279. Great Attainment of the Embryonic Breathing Realm? The master of the Ning family, who had a smile on his face, suddenly froze. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. Nangong Huayu was silent for a few breaths, then laughed softly. Do you know what the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm is? It means, One punch can defeat a beginning-stage embryonic breathing realm practitioner like you? Ningqi asked with a smile. Defeat me with one punch? If you can really defeat me with one punch today, then I can give up on the martial arts that I have cultivated for so many years. Nangong Huayu gave a faint smile and slowly walked toward Ningqi. Martial arts must be proven with fists, not words. Bang! Nangong Huayu's face suddenly froze. Then, tiny beads of sweat appeared on her face. Her expression gradually became twisted, and she seemed to be in a dilemma. His expression was as if he was suffering from constipation, a kind of bitterness that he couldn't speak of. At some point, Ningqi was already standing in front of him, his fist landing on Nangong Huayu's belly. Puchi. Third Brother Wu stared at Nangong Huayu with his mouth agape. The robe on the back of Nangong Huayu was instantly torn apart, as if there was a force rushing out of her body. I agree with you. Martial arts should be proven with one's fist. Ningqi smiled. Nangong Huayu's lips moved. He slowly lowered his head to look at Ningqi. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. More and more beads of sweat appeared on his face, dripping onto the ground. The next moment, Nangong Huayu's legs softened, and she knelt before Ningqi with a thud. Then, she held her stomach with both hands, her head almost buried in her chest, and her back arched high. Ouch! It was too painful. He had never imagined that his opponent would suddenly attack him, nor had he imagined that his opponent's fist would be so ferocious. That punch seemed like it was going to displace his internal organs. Even the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm would find it hard to bear. He really defeated him with one punch? Ning Zishu was dumbfounded. The rest of the warriors of the Ning mansion also looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Rather than believing that Ningqi was at the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm, it was better to believe that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion had only sent a junior at the physical body realm. They did not want to believe that a strong practitioner in the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm could actually be beaten into a cooked prawn with one punch. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Are you treating this matter as child's play? What did they send? If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Who is coming? Are you here to die? In the distance, Shangguan Yu was dumbfounded. The bailiffs looked at each other with strange expressions. It seemed that the store of bountiful treasures had lost again? Xian'er, the master of the Ning family, looked at Nangong Huayu and then at Ningqi, his eyes revealing a touch of surprise and uncertainty. How could this be? How could this be? Shopkeeper Tao muttered to himself as dense sweat seeped out from his forehead. His condition once again plummeted, and he returned to his previous weak state. He was well aware of Nangong Huayu's methods. Her martial arts cultivation had indeed reached the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm. However, such a strong practitioner had actually been defeated with one punch. This forced him to start thinking about the possibility of the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm that Ningqi had just mentioned. He is really at the embryonic breathing realm? This is definitely not a mortal, this is a monster. Ningqi glanced at shopkeeper Tao, then smiled at the master of the Ning family and said, "This punch has hurt him. He should recover after a while." "No, I'm asking about your cultivation." The master of the Ning family shook his head. "The intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm." Ningqi smiled. "Oh, the intermediate stage." The master of the Ning family nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He could still accept this. If it was the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm, he would definitely not be able to accept it. After a while, Nangong Huayu slowly recovered from the pain, but his body was still covered in cold sweat. The punch just now not only hurt him, but also seriously injured him. His internal organs were slightly displaced, and he might even bleed a little. Now he could not mobilize his qi and blood at all, so it was impossible for him to fight again. In other words, he had lost. Your martial arts cultivation, how could it be so terrifying at this age? Nangong Huayu stared at Ning Qi, his heart filled with astonishment and shock. And Wu Laosan, who had brought him here, was quietly turning around and retreating. When he was a certain distance away, he immediately turned around, unleashed his strongest potential, and left quickly. I must escape from Tasha City. I must not be left behind by them. There is a monster in the Ning Mansion. There must be a monster in the Ning Mansion. If this monster is not eliminated, there will never be a day of peace for the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Wu Laosan looked a little crazy, his mind spinning wildly. Ning Zishu saw Wu Laosan. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. Wu Laosan asked subconsciously, the person who brought him here has escaped. Let him escape. Next time, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion will send more people. Ning Qi smiled. Because they were not helping either side, Shangguan Yu and the others did not stop Wu Laosan from leaving. After hearing Ning Qi's words, Nangong Huayu's expression became extremely shocked. You deliberately let Wu Laosan and the others leave just to wait for the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. You know too much. If you know too much, you will die just like him. Ning Qi glanced at Shopkeeper Tao. After Shopkeeper Tao, who was already extremely weak, suffered a serious mental injury, and because of Ning Qi's glance, infinite fear surged in his heart. His heart thumped and then stopped beating. Master, he's dead? The warriors of the Ning Mansion who controlled Shopkeeper Tao were dumbfounded. When they looked at Ning Qi again, there was no other emotion except awe. What kind of method was this? Did he kill a person with just a glance? Ning Qi was also stunned. Then he said lightly, his injury is too serious. After a pause, Ning Qi looked at Nangong Huayu. You are a warrior of the inner hall of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. You must have a high status, right? If they knew you were captured alive, who would the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion send here? This Sun Qilong, the hall leader of the outer hall, should come. In the inner hall. Wait, what do you want? Nangong Huayu immediately reacted. She closed her mouth and stared at Ning Qi, her eyes full of surprise and doubt. Nothing. We just want to have a good talk with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. I heard that the wealth of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is comparable to that of 10 cities. Our Ning Mansion only wants 9 of them and leaves 1 for you to support your family. Isn't that too much? Ning Qi said with a smile. Nangong Huayu's eyes flashed with horror. You want to annex the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion? It's impossible. It's not up to you whether it's possible or not. Guys, take him down and treat him well these days. If we can have a good talk with the people from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, there's no need to kill him. Ning Qi said with a smile. Yes. The warriors of the Ning Mansion immediately stepped forward and took off the chains from Shopkeeper Tao's body and put them on Nangong Huayu. Then the crowd watched Nangong Huayu being dragged into the business. Arrestor Shangguan, what should we do? The arrestors all looked at Shangguan Yu with a blank look in their eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 4280. Inform the Chief of Detectives that the strength of the Ning Mansion is beyond everyone's expectations. Even the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion has underestimated the enemy. I think the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion will make a big move next time. Shangguan Yu said calmly. Then she turned and left. She didn't want to interfere in this matter. Since the Chief of Detectives didn't want to offend either side, why should she be the bad guy? Inside the Ning family business, Nangong Huayu had been stared at. The master of the Ning family, Ning Zishu, and Ning Qi stayed in the room alone. The master of the Ning family was asking Ning Qi about his next plan. Little Xian, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion has a deep foundation. This time, they only sent someone in the early stage of the embryonic breathing state. But later, they might send someone in the middle stage, the late stage, or even the great attainment of the embryonic breathing state. The master of the Ning family said seriously, "Shouldn't we take a step back and give both sides a chance to make peace?" "Master, why should we make peace?" "Take this opportunity to take over the 9 cities. Won't the Ning mansion rise from then on? The resources of the 9 cities can be exchanged for a lot of gold. The cultivation resources of Yanqing and Yandong in the Purple Pure Palace can also be solved," Ningqi said with a smile. The master of the Ning family was gratified that Ningqi could still think of Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong at this time. But Ningqi actually planned to take over the 9 cities of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion? They thought Ningqi was just joking to provoke Nangong Huayu. "Little Xian, tell me the truth. What realm has your martial arts cultivation reached?" The master of the Ning family was not a fool. He sensed something was wrong from Ningqi's confident tone. "I should be in the great attainment of the embryonic breathing state." Ningqi smiled. "You really advanced to the great attainment of the embryonic breathing state? But how long has it been?" Ning Zishu was dumbfounded. It had not even been a month since Ningqi started practicing martial arts. How did he reach the peak of martial arts? In the Xian nation, the great attainment of the embryonic breathing state was a master. Although there were rumors that there were even stronger martial arts masters outside of the Xian nation who had reached the gathering of qi, and spirit, there were still rumors. At least in the Jianghu of the Xian nation, no one could be sure if such martial arts masters existed. They believed that such martial arts masters might be from the celestial sect. Therefore, those at the great perfection of the embryonic breathing realm could be said to be invincible in the Xian nation. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Even if they sent thousands of soldiers, it would still be difficult to detain a strong practitioner with great attainment in the embryonic breathing realm. Rumor has it that at the embryonic breathing realm, the vital energy can penetrate 100 feet into the body. The head of the Ning family said faintly. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to arrive at the outskirts of Tasha City. Ningqi threw a punch at a huge tree that was 100 feet away. After being hit by the ardent sun fist, the tree, which required 2 people to encircle, was instantly turned into dust. Not even a tree stump was left on the ground. A trickle of cold sweat broke out on Ning Zishu's forehead. He stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him. Was the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm actually so strong? However, in reality, the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm could not even achieve 1/3 of the power of this punch. Ningqi did not know which level of the qi refinement realm the great attainment of the embryonic breathing realm was equivalent to. "My Ning mansion has a son like a qilin. Ha 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 ha." After a few moments of silence, the head of the Ning family suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. "Father, with Xian Er's cultivation, we indeed do not have to fear the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Why don't we take this opportunity to ask for some money? They hurt you last time, so they have to compensate you," Ning Zishu said excitedly. "Our Ning mansion does not have enough manpower, so we cannot really take over the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's business. However, we can ask for some money." The head of the Ning family rubbed his hands, then looked at Ningqi and said, "Xian, how much pure gold do you think we should ask for? Besides pure gold, we want them to personally send all the antiques to the Ning mansion," Ningqi reminded. "Not bad, not bad. Ah. The antiques of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion must be of excellent quality." The head of the Ning family was a little excited. Rumor has it that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion has the wealth of 10 cities. I think 200,000 pure gold should not be too much, right? Ning Zishu analyzed. The Ning family would be greatly weakened if they took out 4,000 pure gold, and they even borrowed some from the Huang family and the Lin family. After all, 1 tael of pure gold was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. Now that Ning Zishu asked for 200,000 pure gold, in his opinion, it was already an astronomical figure. This was equivalent to 20 million taels of silver, and the annual tax revenue of the Xian nation was only about 5 million taels of silver. The head of the Ning family looked at Ning Qi with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. I have no objections. 200,000 pure gold should be enough. As for antiques, if there are more, we can also reduce the amount of pure gold. This chapter is not finished, please continue. However, it depends on you, master, to come up with a plan. Ning Qi smiled. Why does he like antiques just like father? Ning Zishu muttered in his heart. The head of the Ning family was more and more pleased with Ning Qi. He always felt that Ning Qi should be his grandson. A few days passed quickly. Nangong Huayu's injuries were slowly recovering, and Wu Laosan returned to the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion again. Niece Nangong was captured alive? Deacon Chen looked at Wu Laosan blankly. Yes, senior brother Nangong was no match for that monster from the Ning residence. He was defeated with one punch. Wu Laosan said excitedly. When Deacon Chen heard the details, his face was unprecedentedly solemn. Come with me. Deacon Chen snorted coldly. Wu Laosan knew that he was going to take him to see Sun Qilong, the head of the outer clan. He quickly followed, feeling a little nervous. After a while, he saw Sun Qilong, the head of the outer clan, whose face seemed to have the words "Harmony brings wealth" written on it. Deacon Chen walked to Sun Qilong's side and whispered a few words. The smile on Sun Qilong's face gradually disappeared. Nangong Huayu was captured alive? Sun Qilong looked at Wu Laosan. Yes. Wu Laosan nodded repeatedly. I know about the Ning residence in Yanqing City. It is just a third-rate merchant family, not even an aristocratic family. The head of the family, Ning Huizu, is only a martial artist at the 7th level of the physical body realm. How could he cultivate a monster who could defeat Nangong Huayu with one punch at the age of 5 or 6? I'm afraid the shadow of the immortal sect is involved in this matter. Sun Qilong muttered. Shadow of the immortal sect? Deacon Chen was stunned. Had this matter become so serious? But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that this was the only way to explain why the Ning residents in Yanqing City suddenly dared to oppose the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and repeatedly won. I'll go to the inner clan. Don't spread this matter for the time being. Sun Qilong stood up and said. Yes. Wu Laosan and Deacon Chen nodded quickly and then respectfully watched Sun Qilong leave. After Sun Qilong left, Deacon Chen looked at Wu Laosan and asked, Why can you come back alive every time? End of this chapter. Chapter 4281. Wu Laosan did not know how to answer this question. He also felt that his luck was extremely good. He could escape every time. Even this time when Nangong Huayu was captured alive, he had safely returned to the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to report. Could it be that they were? A look of shock appeared in Wu Laosan's eyes. Administrator Chen laughed coldly. You've thought it through? They deliberately let you come back to report, hoping that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion will send people to Tao Sha City to take them down one by one. Deacon Chen, should we go and inform Hall Master Sun? Wu Laosan hurriedly said. The hall leader should be able to think this through. There is no need for us to say more. However, the opponent's plan should be foiled this time. The strength of our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is not something that a small merchant family can challenge. This time, Martial Niece Nangong is a heaven's son of heaven of the inner hall. She was captured alive by them. The few seniors in the inner hall will not let this matter rest. Administrator Chen said plainly. As expected, not long after Sun Qilong left, 3 chimes sounded in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. 3 chimes meant that the inner hall was gathering all the martial forces that could fight. 6 chimes meant that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was facing a disaster. 9 chimes meant that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was about to be destroyed. 3 chimes. Over the years, 3 chimes had only sounded occasionally. Countless inner hall ancient martial art practitioners walked out from their training ground. Their gazes were fixed on the source of the chimes. It was the sect leader of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Not long after, one figure after another swept towards the sect leader of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. More than 100 ancient martial art practitioners were gathered in the sect leader's palace. 70 to 80% of them were in the 10th tier of the physical realm. They were heaven's sons of heaven who were cultivating in the inner hall, trying to break through to the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The rest were embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioners like Sun Qilong. There were more than 10 of them in the beginning stage, 2 or 3 in the intermediate stage, 1 in the later stage, and 1 in the great attainment stage. Everyone's expression was solemn. They did not know what had happened and were standing quietly, waiting for the sect leader of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to speak. The sect master of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, Yang Xian, was rather old. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Normally, an old man of this age would have long since lost his blood and qi, and his body would be riddled with illnesses. One of his feet would already be in the coffin. However, to a strong practitioner with great attainment in the embryonic breathing realm, their qi and blood were still as strong as when they were in their prime. They could easily kill a tiger with one punch, and their genuine qi could reach up to 100 feet away from their body, killing people without a trace. Nangong Huayu, the proud son of heaven of the inner hall. He was ambushed at Taosha City and captured alive. Yang Xian said slowly. Hearing this, everyone's expression immediately changed. Someone actually dared to capture the inner hall prodigy of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion alive? For a moment, the group was stirred up, as they requested Yang Xian to immediately lead them to kill their way into Tasha City. Silence. Yang Xian coldly snorted. The noise in the sect master's palace was gradually suppressed. The other party's actions are undoubtedly to lure us to their doorstep. Yang Xian said lightly. Someone said in astonishment, lure our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to their doorstep? In this Xian nation, even the 3 sects and 6 schools wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, right? So, do you think this is only a matter of the underworld? Yang Xian coldly snorted. The other party might have the backing of someone from the immortal sect. Otherwise, how could a mere 5 or 6-year-old child capture a strong practitioner in the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm alive? This is most likely some kind of smokescreen. Someone from the immortal sect. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and their gazes became very solemn. So, I have already informed an immortal elder. That immortal elder collects 30,000 gold offerings from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion every year. Now, it is time to help the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Yang Xian said lightly. Everyone's spirits were slightly shaken. The sect master had invited that immortal over? Many of the younger inner hall prodigies revealed expressions of excitement and agitation. To be able to see the legendary immortal sect with their own eyes, this was a great thing for them. If they were lucky enough to receive a few pointers from the other party, they would also benefit greatly in their martial arts. If they were even luckier, they might be chosen by the immortal elder and be accepted as a disciple. Wouldn't that mean that they would be able to soar to the heavens? The crowd did not have to wait for too long. Soon, someone saw a figure flying in from the sky outside the hall. The figure stepped on the void and slowly walked towards the sect master's hall. The figure was about 40 years old. He had jet black hair, fair and rosy skin, and wore a light green Confucian robe. Every move he made gave off the feeling of an immortal descending into the mortal world. Yang Xian leads a group of martial arts practitioners from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to pay our respects to the left immortal elder. Yang Xian immediately led his men to the door of the hall and respectfully cupped his fists. Everyone hurriedly bowed as well. At the same time, they secretly sized up the newcomer. Their expressions were filled with excitement and awe. You crushed the messaging amulet that I gave you. What's the matter? The left immortal elder looked at Yang Xian with a faint smile and asked. Yang Xian Lian, he hurriedly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, the left immortal elder frowned slightly and said, Have you offended any immortal sect before? Why would someone from an immortal sect attack you for no reason? Left immortal elder, are you really someone from an immortal sect? Yang Xian hurriedly asked. Apart from someone from an immortal sect, I can't think of anyone else who would have the means to allow a 4 or 5-year-old child to defeat a beginning-stage embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner. The left immortal elder said lightly, However, you were right to come to me. The other party's actions are so sneaky. I believe his cultivation is not high. He might also know that I am supporting the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and dare not be too ostentatious. I can accompany you on this trip. However, regardless of whether I make a move or not, you must give me an additional 30,000 pieces of pure gold this year. Wouldn't that be 60,000? Yang Xian's expression changed slightly. This was a huge sum. Even the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion only had a surplus of 50 to 60,000 pieces of pure gold a year. After deducting the 30,000 pieces of pure gold that they gave him every year, Yang Xian did not receive much after distributing the rest of the money. All these years, the other party had already taken more than 300,000 pieces of pure gold from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. This time, they were asking for an additional payment? The people from the immortal sect are too greedy. Damn it! Sect leader Yang, you seem unwilling? The left immortal elder said with a smile. Yang Xian hurriedly said, Not at all. I was just thinking about where to move this amount of pure gold. I will definitely satisfy the left immortal elder's request. Haha, that's good. There's no need to rush about the matter of pure gold. Let's settle the matter of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion first. Which direction is Tao Sha City? The left immortal elder said with a smile. He planned to go there alone and settle the matter. Yang Xian hesitated for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said, Left immortal elder, this time I want to bring some people with me to Tao Sha City so that I can ask the other party why they want to attack the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. I wonder, it is indeed a little troublesome. The left immortal elder frowned slightly, then said lightly, All right, just follow me. On account of the other party's offering of pure gold all these years, he would comply with the other party's wishes. Outside Tao Sha City. Is this the place? The left immortal elder said calmly. This is the place. Yang Xian nodded slowly. Soon, he would know the other party's goal. He would also let the other party know that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was not a place that small fries could covet. Chapter 4282. The news of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion entering the city was not sealed. Yang Xian and his large group were very high profile when they entered the city. Many passers-by and martial arts practitioners on the streets knew what the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was here for, so they followed them all the way. Soon, they arrived at the Ning Family Trading Company. The chief constable of Tasha City, Lu Shaoxing, also heard the news. When he learned the appearance of the leader of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion from his subordinates, he hurried to the entrance of the Ning Family Trading Company with Shangguan Yu and the other constables. Shangguan Yu had a strange expression. Lu Shaoxing had not appeared during this period of time. Why was he acting so strangely today? When she saw Lu Shaoxing walk up to Yang Xian with a fawning expression, she finally understood. Sect leader Yang, I didn't expect you to personally come to Tasha City today. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Lu Shaoxing cupped his fists repeatedly. He was a martial arts expert in the early stage of the embryonic breathing realm and was also a chief constable. Naturally, he had met Yang Xian once or twice. Yang Xian glanced at Lu Shaoxing and said with a fake smile, "My Bountiful Treasures Pavilion has encountered some problems in Tasha City. I have to deal with it personally. I'm afraid I don't have time to entertain Chief Constable Lu today." No, how would I dare to let sect leader Yang entertain me? Lu Shaoxing smiled embarrassedly, pretending not to hear the trace of anger and blame in Yang Xian's words. "Let's deal with business first," the left immortal said lightly. Lu Shaoxing then realized that there was a middle-aged man with a sage-like demeanor standing in front of Yang Xian. His expression changed slightly. The man was standing in front of Yang Xian and had such an expression. Could it be, yes, left immortal? Yang Xian hurriedly cupped his fists, then looked at the Ning Family Trading Company and said loudly, "Yang Xian of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is here. Please come out for a chat." Yang Xian's voice was loud and sonorous. Stimulated by the Gang Qi, it could even be heard for several miles. Lu Shaoxing was shocked by the words, "left immortal." That meant that his guess this time was right. Yang Xian had actually invited the person from the immortal sect behind the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Lu Shaoxing quietly sized up Elder Immortal Zhua, his eyes filled with excitement. The person from the immortal sect behind the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion? Shangguan Yu's eyes flickered as a solemn expression appeared on his face. Not long after, the master of the Ning family walked out of the Ning Family Trading Company with Ning Qi and Ning Zixu. The gazes of Yang Xian and the others immediately fell on Ning Qi. According to Old Third Wu's words, the one who defeated Nangong Huayu with one punch was a 5- or 6-year-old boy. If it was not unexpected, it should be this boy. Which immortal sect is your backer? Tell him to come out directly. Elder Zhua looked indifferently at Ning Qi and the rest. Ning Qi raised his hand and punched. This time, he used the cultivation of the 10th layer of Qi training. The terrifying fist mark directly bombarded the left immortal. He did not even have time to scream before he was burned to ashes by the raging flames in the blink of an eye. Then, 2 items fell into the ashes with clanking sounds. The opponent's cultivation was only at the 5th layer of Qi training, which was incomparable to Ning Qi's. After killing the left immortal, Ning Qi slowly walked to the ashes of his corpse and picked up the 2 items that were not burned by the flames. The entire process was very short. Even now, some people were still unable to react. After a full 10 breaths, Yang Xian and the other martial artists from the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion looked terrified and broke out in cold sweat. Lu Shaoxing stared at Ning Qi with his mouth agape. Shangguan Yu's face was full of disbelief. Wasn't the person who was killed by Ning Qi from the immortal sect behind the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion? How could one punch? He was reduced to ashes just like that. He doesn't have any immortal sect backing him. He is from the immortal sect. After Yang Xian came to his senses, he took a deep breath and did not dare to move. He could only look at Ning Qi with a face full of fear. The passers-by nearby were also shocked, but they were not shocked that Ning Qi had killed a person from the immortal sect. They did not know the origin of the left immortal, but they were shocked by Ning Qi's martial arts cultivation. With just one punch, he turned a living person to ashes. This young master of the Ning Mansion is really a monster. This is too scary. The momentum of the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion has been completely suppressed. This time, is the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion going to be defeated by the Ning Mansion? Spiritual energy value plus 200 spiritual energy value plus 300 Ning Qi absorbed 500 points of spiritual energy from the 2 items in his hand. One of them was a jade slip and the other was a round ball. It was similar to the one that the Huang family master had given him. It seemed to be a sword ball, which was the magic treasure of the person from the immortal sect. However, now that Ning Qi had absorbed the spiritual energy, these two items had become useless. The Western capital had already become a waste, no longer serving its original purpose. His spiritual energy value had reached a whopping 1,000 points. Ning Qi glanced at the attribute panel. Sure enough, he could add points to the training of Qi training method. By the way, you are the martial artists from the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion, right? Ning Qi suddenly raised his head and looked at Yang Xian and the others. His gaze also enveloped Lu Shaoxing within it. Lu Shaoxing shook his head subconsciously. I am not from the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion. I am the local chief of detectives, Lu Shaoxing. I have nothing to do with the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion. Shameless guy who sails according to the wind. Yang Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then he coughed and saluted Ning Qi with his fists folded. I am Yang Xian, the leader of the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion. I didn't know you were here and offended you just now. Please forgive me and forgive me for my disrespect. I will definitely offer pure gold to you to atone for my crime. Sun Qilong and the other martial artists in the embryonic breathing realm didn't say anything. They nodded subconsciously and agreed with Yang Xian's decision very much. Ning Qi had thought that he would leave some pleasantries, but he didn't expect that he would admit defeat so quickly. In this case, he would leave the rest to the Ning family master and the others. Master, it's your turn to deal with the rest. Ning Qi smiled at Ning Huizu. Ning Huizu nodded with a strange expression. Then he looked at Yang Xian. Yang Xian, let's come in and talk about the pure gold compensation. Yes. Yang Xian nodded immediately. Then he led the crowd into the Ning family trading company. Shangguan Yu thought that there would be a chaotic fight, but there was none. Since the left immortal was killed by Ning Qi with one punch, the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion had completely given up struggling. Now they only hoped to leave Tao Sha City alive. That was the best outcome. As for the rest, they didn't even dare to think about it. Only Lu Shaoxing and the others were left at the door. They looked at each other. A constable plucked up his courage and asked, Chief of Detectives, should we go in and take a look? Look at what? Are we going to follow them in just because they invited us? If you want to go in, you go in. Lu Shaoxing shouted at him coldly. Then he saluted the Ning family trading company and said loudly, Shaoxing will take his leave first. If young Master Ning has any other information, just send someone to inform me. He was afraid that Ning Qi couldn't hear him, so he used his Gang Qi to amplify his voice. Only then did he turn around and leave. Chapter 4283. Ning Family Trading Company. Yang Xian and the rest stood respectfully. Even when the Ning family patriarch gave them a seat, they did not dare to sit. When the warriors of Ning family saw this, their expressions became even weirder. The group of people in front of them was one of the top sects in Xian country. The sect leader of Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and the Inner Hall elders had 7 or 8 people in the embryonic breathing realm. In the past, with Ning family's strength, they would not be qualified to sit with Yang Xian, who was in the embryonic breathing realm. But now, the situation was completely different. The sect leader of Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, who was very powerful in their hearts, was as respectful as a junior who had just stepped into the Jianghu and was facing an elder in the Jianghu. Ning Huizu's expression was strange. But since the other party did not dare to sit, he would not force them. He signaled for his men to bring Nangong Huayu up. When Nangong Huayu saw Yang Xian, she was pleasantly surprised. Master! Rebellious disciple! Yang Xian was furious. Who asked you to come to Tasha City? If you are here, why offend the Ning residents? How does Master usually teach you? Be humble, especially after stepping into the Jianghu. You have to understand that there is always someone better than you. Nangong Huayu looked at Yang Xian blankly. She did not understand what had happened. Senior, my disciple has disturbed you for the past few days. If you are still angry, you can kill my disciple. I will not have a word of complaint. Yang Xian looked at Ningqi fawningly. This scene was very funny. A dignified elder in the Jianghu showed such an expression and tone in front of a child. It was really strange. But Sun Qilong and the rest did not dare to mock Yang Xian in their hearts. On the contrary, they felt that Yang Xian's response was very appropriate. If he could kill a person from the immortal sect with one punch, then he could naturally kill them with one punch. If they did not handle it well today, Bountiful Treasures Pavilion would face a calamity. Master me? Nangong Huayu looked at Yang Xian in disbelief. What the hell was going on? Why did his master say that his life could be taken at any time? You don't have to do this. I did not kill you now because I hope we can talk. Ningqi smiled lightly. Yang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, Senior, you can talk about anything. Cough cough. Ning Huizu coughed twice and glanced at Ningqi. Ningqi smiled and nodded, no longer speaking. Yang Xian immediately looked towards Ning Huizu. He knew that the person he was going to discuss with should be this martial artist at the 7th level of the physical body realm. In his eyes, the cultivation of the head of the Ning clan was almost negligible. However, there was a terrifying existence behind him who could casually kill a cultivator from the immortal sect. He had no choice but to reveal a respectful smile as he looked at Ning Huizu. Sect Master Yang, I heard that the wealth of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is comparable to 10 cities? Ning Huizu smiled faintly. Yang Xian subconsciously intended to say a few words of modesty, but his mind moved slightly. He glanced at Ningqi and immediately nodded. The rumors in the world of martial arts are about the same. Then it's easy. I originally had no enmity with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, but the Zhuoqiu clan of Tao Sha City suddenly attacked my Ning mansion. My Ning mansion retaliated and occupied the Zhuoqiu clan's property. Who would have thought that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion would also interfere in this matter? Shopkeeper Tao brought people to drive me away from Tao Sha City, and even injured my old bones. This matter must be settled, right? Ning Huizu said with a smile. Yang Xian's expression changed slightly. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, You are right. This matter must be settled. He was somewhat angry. He never imagined that such a small reason would cause the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to provoke such an unfathomable enemy. 5,200 If shopkeeper Tao did not die, he would personally send him on his way to dispel the hatred in his heart. Then it's very simple. As long as we can reach an agreement, it's fine. Since that's the case, when does Sect Master Yang plan to send the 200,000 pieces of pure gold and all the antiques in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to Yanqing City? Ning Huizu smiled. 200,000 pieces of pure gold? Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Xian's face also paled a little. This was not a small sum. In previous years, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's profits were around 50,000 to 60,000 pieces of pure gold. Of that, 30,000 was given to the left immortal and the sect behind him, and the rest was divided among so many people. In the end, very little was left in the treasury. If they wanted to take out 200,000 pieces of pure gold, they would probably have to sell off many of their properties. At that time, the wealth of the 10 cities would go to 9 cities. What? Is Sect Master Yang in a difficult position? Ning Huizu smiled. Not at all, but 200,000 pieces of pure gold is not a small sum. I'm afraid I'll need some time to gather it. Yang Zong smiled bitterly. We have plenty of time. During this time, Sect Master Yang can come to Yanqing City as a guest. Ning Huizu smiled. After a pause, she continued, Also, Sect Master Yang, please keep all the antiques I mentioned in mind. Xian loves antiques, don't disappoint him. Loves antiques? Everyone subconsciously looked at Ningqi. Ningqi smiled and nodded. The older the better. The more antiques there are, the better. It's best if there are no fakes. I understand, Yang Zong nodded with a strange expression. Many people had a thoughtful look in their eyes. Sun Qilong suddenly took a step forward and cupped his fists at Ningqi. Senior, I have collected many antiques. If you like them, I can order people to send them to Yanqing City immediately. That's great. I just want to admire them. When I'm done, you can take all of them back. Ningqi smiled faintly and nodded. If you like them, I'll give them to you. These antiques are just like pearls covered in dust if they follow someone like me. Sun Qilong hurriedly said happily. What a bootlicker! Yang Zong and the others cursed in their hearts. Then, they said one after another that they would send the antiques they collected to Yanqing City for Ningqi to admire. Those in the embryonic breathing realm who had no interest in antiques were regretful, but they immediately said that they would also send their collections to Yanqing City. I'll send a message to get people to buy antiques later. The matter was settled very quickly. Except for those in the physical body realm, who had to send messages and could leave, the rest of the people who had come today followed Ningqi and the others to Yanqing City. Although they were called guests, they were actually hostages. Yang Xian and the others knew what was going on and did not dare to show any abnormality. Everyone talked and laughed as they headed to Yanqing City. At the same time, the martial arts practitioners in the physical body realm, who had been ordered to send messages, also went to the Multi-Treasures Pavilion's properties. This time, their feelings were very complicated. Chapter 4284. Yanqing City. Ning Huizu booked an inn specifically to accommodate Yang Xian and the others. In addition, she did not deliberately conceal the news. The news that Yang Xian, the sect master of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, as well as Sun Qilong and the other embryonic breathing realm elders of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, had been invited to Yanqing City as guests also spread. In the beginning, some nobles came to visit, but after they were expelled by the Ning family's warriors, they felt that something was wrong. After a few days, the local nobles in Yanqing City finally confirmed one thing. It was something that they couldn't believe. Yang Xian and the others had been captured and brought to Yanqing City, and the one who caught them was the Ning mansion. This news was hard to believe, but after many inquiries, the nobles in Yanqing City could basically confirm the authenticity of this news. At the same time, they also received an even more shocking news. Lin Mansion. Ning Xian killed an immortal sect disciple with one punch? The head of the Lin family was shocked, and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. Opposite him was the chief of detectives of Yanqing City, Xue Dong. I didn't believe it at first, but Tao Sha City's chief constable, Lu Shaosheng, owed me a favor. He used this information to return the favor. Xue Dong's expression was complicated. Lu Shaosheng would never talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Moreover, my subordinates saw with their own eyes that the fortune inn was cleared out by the Ning mansion and a group of people moved in. Among that group of people, there was an elder of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion whom I met once. Ning Xian was also a person with a spiritual root, but wasn't his aptitude so bad that he couldn't enter the eyes of that person from the Purple Pure Palace? How did he suddenly obtain such a technique? The head of the Lin family was still in disbelief as he mumbled to himself. Who can say for sure what happens in the immortal sect? You and I have known each other for many years. That's why I came here to tell you to avoid the Ning mansion in Yanqing City. Don't get into conflict with them. As soon as Xue Dong finished speaking, he slowly stood up as if intending to leave. When the Lin family's patriarch saw this, he subconsciously said, Constable Xue, aren't you going to eat before leaving? No, I have to hurry to the Ning mansion. Xue Dong shook his head and left. When Shuedong arrived at the Ning mansion, he only saw Ning Huizu, but didn't see Ning Qi. He immediately felt a bit regretful. After talking with Ning Huizu for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Master Ning, where is young Master Ning Xian?" "Xian?" "He went into seclusion." Ning Huizu smiled faintly. "Seclusion. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page." Shuedong's face revealed a hint of disappointment. "Arrestor Shui, why do you need to find Xian?" Ning Huizu sized up Shuedong's expression a few times before saying with a smile, "I heard that young Master Ning Xian is also a member of the Immortal Sect. I don't know what kind of illness my wife has been infected with, but it hasn't been cured. If it's possible, I hope that young Master Ning Xian can take a look." Shuedong looked at Ning Huizu expectantly. "See a doctor? There's no point in looking for Xian," Ning Huizu said subconsciously. After a pause, he looked at Shuedong and said, "I'll let him know when Xian comes out of seclusion." "Thank you, Master Ning." Shuedong quickly cupped his fists and thanked him. Meanwhile, in his room, Ning Qi added another point to the Qi refinement technique with 1,000 points of spiritual energy. After adding the point this time, the option of the Qi refinement technique suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an option that said, "Early stage of foundation establishment." Behind it there was also a plus sign. Ning Qi felt the explosive increase in power in his body. He stayed in the room for 2 days and 2 nights before he got used to the majestic spiritual energy. Compared to his previous Qi refinement level 10, the spiritual energy in his body had increased by at least 3 times after reaching the early stage of foundation establishment. Not only that, Ning Qi also felt as if he had been reborn. Many black impurities seeped out of his pores. After these impurities were cleared, his skin became white and tender. With the intensity of my spiritual energy now, even if I don't have the cloud riding technique, I can still walk on air. Foundation establishment cultivators are called great cultivators. It seems that there are not many foundation establishment cultivators in Xian Nation. There is one in Purple Pure Palace, and there should be foundation establishment cultivators in the Immortal Sect behind the Elder Immortal of Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Apart from collecting spiritual energy, if there's a chance, I should find some methods from the Immortal Sect. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, martial artists from Bountiful Treasures Pavilion arrived at Yanqing City one after another. Because the amount of pure gold was too large, it was impossible to collect 200,000 in one go. Now it was sent to Yanqing City in waves. Along with the pure gold, there were also antiques and rare items. In the courtyard where Ning Huizu lived, the ground was filled with pure gold bars the size of a thumb. There were about 10,000 of them. Apart from these pure gold bars, there were also many antiques and rare items on the other side of the courtyard. 10,000 pure gold. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Ning Shoren and Ning Zishu were excited. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen so much money in front of them. Thinking back, in order to collect 4,000 pure gold bars, the Ning mansion had suffered greatly. They had to borrow some from the Huang family. Now, in the first batch of gifts from Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, there were more than 10,000 pure gold bars and some equally valuable antiques and rare items. For the first time, the two of them realized that wealth could come so quickly when they had power. You two keep the pure gold bars and see what Xian is doing. Ask him to come and appreciate these antiques and rare items with me. Ning Huizu instructed Ning Shoren and Ning Zishu. Yes. Soon, Ning Xian was brought here. He didn't even look at the pure gold on the ground, because there was no spiritual energy value on it. Ning Qi walked directly to the pile of antique. There were more than 30 big and small items. When he approached the first antique, Ning Qi earned 200 points of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy plus 200. After seeing this prompt, Ning Qi looked at the wine pot with a strange look. It was a delicate wine pot with years of history. This wine pot actually gave him 200 points of spiritual energy. What do you think of these antiques and rare items? Haha, I think the elders of Bountiful Treasures Pavilion have a good eye. There are several things here that are better than my collection, Ning Huizu said with a smile. These are much more valuable than the fakes in your collection. Ning Qi secretly shook his head. The quality of Ning Huizu's collection was too poor, and there were even many fakes. But every time Ning Qi saw Ning Huizu playing with them, he couldn't bear to tell him directly. His attention was focused on other antiques and rare items. Ning Qi walked around these antiques and directly earned more than 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Another 1,000 points, and this is only the first batch. Ning Qi's eyes showed a touch of joy. After Ning Huizu noticed it, he said with a smile, "Are you satisfied with these things?" "Well, I'm quite satisfied, but I'm just looking at them. If you like them, they are all yours," Ning Qi said with a smile. What he wanted was just the spiritual energy value. Subconsciously opening the property panel, Ning Qi glanced at it, only to find that the plus sign behind the early stage of foundation establishment was still gray and couldn't be clicked, which meant that the next point required more than 1,000 points of spiritual energy. End of this chapter. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.